You can connect with them, and you can post your questions. And so we'd like us to be interactive as much as possible on our event forum. So we will see you in 5 minutes as we ask our first speaker to share the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome back, iCore 2021 participants. I hope you enjoyed networking with your colleagues and friends in our event forum at the i-core2021.boards.net. Now, we will resume with our program and we will welcome our plenary speakers. Welcome back, our MCs, Dr. Midette Abisado and Dr. Mark Christian Leda.
To introduce our first keynote speaker, may I call Midette to do the honor.
Thank you, Mark. Dr. Lau B. Theng is currently an associate professor in ICT and the director of School of Research in Swinburne University of Technology, Malaysia. Her research interests include, but not limited to, artificial intelligence in activity recognition, natural scene text recognition, audio event detection, road accidents recognition, innovative technologies for the healthcare and well-being of people with visual impairment, autism, and intellectual giftedness. She is also involved in community services working with special education schools. She is also a senior member of IEEE and Association of Computing Machinery. She has been involved in national and international professional bodies as a member in the executive committees, education, professional, and humanitarian programs. Her works are recognized internationally, such as in 2018, Swinburne Vice Chancellor Award winner on community engagement. In 2018, IEEE Malaysia Outstanding Volunteer, 2021 IEEE Region 10 Humanitarian Technology Activities Outstanding Volunteer, 2021 IEEE STEM Ambassador, among many others. Would you please welcome Dr. Lau B. Theng.
A virtual applause to Dr. B. Theng.
So good afternoon, sorry, good morning. I think in your time and Malaysia time is almost the same. So in Malaysia, we are now about 9:30 in the morning. And I'm so glad to see all of you here, 120 over participants here. And I'd like to send my regards from Sarawak, Malaysia. I'm from East Malaysia. Well, quite near to Philippines, yeah, well, East Malaysia, and I'm from the state of Sarawak. And thank you very much for the MC's introduction just now. It has been good, for Bernie to reach out to me and invite me for this sharing session. And I hope that at the end of this session, we may actually have, crack some opportunities of collaboration between the two universities or maybe between the two countries. All right, so basically today I'd like to share a bit about the advancing the computing research for a better coping of during and also post-pandemic. Now we have been wondering when is actually the end of post-pandemic. No one's actually knows. At first we thought that once we have the first dose, second doses and so on, now we are looking at internationally, people are looking at fourth dose of the vaccination. So no one knows actually when this pandemic will end. So perhaps we let's look at the world scenario and some of the research going on, and assuming that we are still between, during, and the post-pandemic. Now, let me know if you can't hear me or just signal me anything, because I can't quite really see myself, except that I hope you can see my slide. Are you able to see my my whole slide, or actually is portion of my slide? Bernie, can I confirm?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, right. So are you seeing my whole screen with the notes, or you are only seeing the screen with the presenter view? Give me a few minutes. It doesn't look like the sharing is correct, yeah? Okay, wait now. MC, please let me know if the screen is not working, or maybe you can't hear any sound, because I'll be playing quite a number of videos. Yeah. So I hope
Yes,
it's
we
clear
can hear
from
you
there.
properly, Dr. Teng.
Yes, thanks.
And
Okay.
the slide is on slideshow. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, all right. So recently, actually, in one of the news article on 9th of December, actually a European survey has been conducted, okay, reported by the Reuters in Berlin. So at this point of time, around September, which is almost 18 months in Malaysia, in Malaysia it's about 18 months of lockdown, but worldwide, I guess it's almost 2 years, because it started December, somewhere from China. So as to that, we can see that, from the survey conducted in Europe, only 14%, okay, of European workers actually want to return to office and, work for 9 to 5. And more than half say that they have become more productive because they prefer working from home, which is also a hybrid mode where at times they return to office and so on. It's just like some of us. However, we understand that, hybrid working also brings some mental issues and also some difficulties to some people. All right. So some of them just think that, some of the respondents say that they work, all hours or even into the night, according to the Samsung Electronics survey. Okay. And the survey of 14,000 people across Europe also indicated that 83% of them, 83% of the workers actually seek for more support, okay, to help balance their work and life. And around 12 of them are actually working from home, and previously was only 5% before the pandemic. So a lot of these responses basically are related to the fear and also anxiety that people have, they face uncertainty and not knowing what will happen if they work full-time at office, and would there be more infection and so on. In fact, I myself actually involved in a Z inspection. I'm not sure about if you are aware of that. Z inspection is actually an organization about ethical AI applications. So one of the research that we did was on studying those AI applications being implemented in European countries to see they actually face have met all the ethical criteria and so on. So therefore, even though we know that a lot of technologies have taken place and try to help people, but there are a lot of people still feel fearful and anxiety about technology, and that's why this recent survey shows very clearly that a lot of people prefer to work from home. All right. Okay. However, we can't we can't forever work from home. So no matter how, we have to slowly transit slowly from our fully home to working half in office and slowly to become fully back to the office. And around the world, okay, people are still working very hard to come up with different type of solutions, to help out, to ease the transition. For instance, traveling is one of them. Now, I'd like to share with you this particular video. As you can see, people resist on traveling, and this actually slowed down a lot of activities, including working back to work as well, because not everyone works in our own country. So you may work. So this is one of the initiatives in Korea by the airport, Incheon Airport, where people where they implemented and even upgraded during the pandemic to help passengers navigate within the airport. And this was introduced in 2018, but then now they have upgraded to several versions and to guide the traveler. It can help them from check-in, baggage claim, and it has the advanced AI and voice recognition technologies according to the airport. So this is one of the very important one. So this can help to cut down on social, may not be good, but then it tries to maintain kind of social distancing, less spreading of disease when we have interaction with this robot, and robot can be disinfected more easily than human. Okay, so this is another one, another technology talking about UVC, okay, yeah, UV light that used to sanctify or actually disinfect the whole plane, and it's faster, and also it can cover more areas and more effectively. You can see that it has a human operator with bringing the UV robot. And I'll show you again another one, which is another robot that can be used to actually disinfect without human. This is another advancement recently in 2021. Let's have a look. Yeah. as you can see, this is another product that help to give confidence to the passengers. So not every airline is having this, but one of them is in France. Yeah. So this is an additional disinfection process and make sure the passenger safety, and also something that can give them the advantage over other competitors in the airline industry, so that certain airline becomes safer to travel. And this is actually a convenient given to all mankind. Yeah. All right. Another popular research that is going on in the past as well. Of course, this is, I think, what you can see here. You know what is that, right? Is the QR code. Okay, it was actually originally invented by a Japanese engineer in 1994, which is about almost 30 years ago. Okay, just to keep track of a car parts, in the factory. So, however, these quick response codes actually enter into the mainstream, okay, in a smartphone, okay, become one of the popular input to smartphone solutions, or even tablet solutions or apps. It become one of the general input. So, and during this pandemic, it becomes even more popular. Okay, a lot of places you can see QR code to deliver information. Okay, and recently, Bitly, I think everybody used that as well. Bitly, right? BITLY is a link management service. They say that it is seen that it about 7.5 times. Okay, 7.5 times of increase in QR code downloads over the past 18 months, exactly during last year and this year during the pandemic time. So, and Bitly's president actually say that this restaurant is actually the main adopter as well. They see this is a valuable service, touchless service for their food industry, because we know that food and also food is one of the major industry, and also contamination can happen more easily when we do the dining and also do the food preparation and ordering. Okay, so basically nowadays restaurants have replaced their physical menus with these QR codes. Okay, and I think perhaps this is quite popular in your country and your place as well. For us here, it's very popular. Everything is QR code. Yep. And but this is not going to stop here. Okay, so this is a research that we can continue to work on, because currently it has been also placed on the to use for tracking the customer data, not just for ordering food, but it's more towards tracking the orders and also checking the preference, via all the items that being scanned and used at different time of the day and so on. Okay, so basically coronavirus pandemic, or this COVID-19 pandemic, has ushered in this instantaneous widespread use of QR codes in the restaurant or food preparation industry. Okay. Well, as we recall, I think in this past 18 to 24 months, we can agree that older people or people with chronic illness and also person with disabilities actually face particularly a higher risk. Okay, you can see from the worldwide statistics, those who have left during or departed during this period of time are those people with special conditions or chronic illness and so on. Okay, so when we talk about technology, the few technology that I shared about traveling, about food, they are all actually helping and contributing to help people who have special needs. However, this is still not enough. Okay, research is still going on. How can we actually help more? Okay, and how can we still maintain this? I think we can safely say that other than the COVID vaccine, the second popular attack, okay, or our greatest weapon against the COVID-19 is actually technology, IT, okay, ICT, information and communication technology, which comprises of many aspects, okay? So no matter where you live, or whether you live in your country, Philippines, in Malaysia, or in European, like the survey that I shared with you earlier on, we're all facing the challenges, okay? You know, like these changes are forcing us into our everyday life, okay? And so I think this picture may show that it's a very clear view. Yeah, I'm not sure this is your experience as well, as most of you actually work from home, daddies or fathers work from home with the technologies around you, with your laptop, with all your mobile devices, wireless earphone, speakers and so on, and with your children around you and working. Okay, well, if you look at this, it looks, well, we are low in productivity and so on. Actually, not necessarily. As I say, the European survey claim, actually most of us work from day to night, sometimes we can't even divide the time. Okay, this is not my main message. My main message is that, you can see that all of us in ICT industries, I believe most of us here are either educators, or we are industry practitioners, or it could be someone who actually use the ICT in our daily life and so on. So we see that there is a boom in this industry, okay? Whether you are from a household to business, whether you're entrepreneur or you're a housewife, or you are, people who don't work or retired person, all these, pandemic forces technology into your life, okay? I think you talk more through video conferencing, okay? Because you can't see maybe your loved ones physically. Okay, so video conferencing become part of your life, and you can't go to office. So most of us stay home with our work, and young children stay home with us and so on. So I see this picture as illustrating opportunities, opportunities of ICT research or computing research, or computer science research. We are all almost in the same family, okay? So some of the important technologies under this IEEE study, in the recent study in 2021. So AI and machine learning, okay, 5G and IoT become the most important technologies in 2022. As you can see from here, this is actually a survey, okay, a study to 350 CIOs, chief information officers and chief technology officers in the US, China, UK, India, and Brazil, okay, between September to October. All right. So this survey actually asked the CTOs and CIOs about what are the important technologies to adopt in the upcoming years. Now, why do I show this? I just want to let the audience know that, okay, your skills, your expertise are much needed, okay? Whether you are because you can see from the feedback and the responses from the reputable CIOs and CTOs in US, China, UK, India, and Brazil, okay? And in the last 2 months, okay? So as you can see, 55% say that, accelerated adoption of cloud computing is what they needed, okay? As you can see from here. And then 52 accelerated on the 5G adoption, and another 51% on the AI and machine learning, okay? And some additional tech being adopted, there is a likelihood of 42%, and Internet of Things is about 35%, and augmented and virtual reality 35%. Yeah. So, and of course, visual and this virtual conferencing, like what we are using now as well, is also one of the in-need area. So if your research are towards this area, or you are attempting to try out some ICT research, this is a good start for you. We know where the market is and where, what we're supposed to do to meet the market needs. Yeah. And so instead of, in addition to checking on the technologies adoption, so the survey also asked about the cybersecurity and the preparedness, okay, the preparedness for the worst scenario to happen. Now, to your dismay, ransomware became very popular, okay, or it's becoming very popular, especially during this pandemic period when people put a lot of reliance and confidence into this cloud-based system. A lot of data are cloud-based because we have difficulty accessing to the physical side and so on. So, and a lot of connectivity via internet and via cloud. So therefore, 92% believe that their company is better prepared to respond to a potentially catastrophic interruption, okay, data breach, national disaster. And 58% actually agree that, it's because of the COVID-19, their preparedness become accelerated. Previously, they may be a bit lagging in. However, due to the COVID-19, due to the higher consumption and so on, as I said just now, the ransomware became very popular. Where they are not just attacking small size companies or which have vulnerable or maybe weaker cybersecurity preparedness. They are also working at international conglomerates, bigger company, large scale companies to attack their main system, which affect from HQ to branches all around the world. Okay, so this actually shows that you see like 58% say that they are prepared, but what about the other 42%? Okay, that we can actually look on, and this is something that we can work on as well. And you can look at the bottom part of the statistic. The amount of devices that companies are able to track and manage is only 34%. Okay, and meaning to say there are still plenty of inabilities to track certain devices and so on, and causing this become the how to say the small doors or the gaps where the cyber attacks came in. Okay, so well, let's look at some of the initiatives to leverage AI, to defeat the COVID-19. So one of the initiatives that started in I think somewhere 2019 is called Folding Home. Okay, Folding Home is actually a project that uses crowdsourced computing power. We know that crowdsourcing, looking for money, gathering the donations to build software or to build a solution. That is something that we are familiar with, but this is another one. This is crowdsourcing of computing, computer man hours. Mean to say, if you have free time, you contribute your time to help. So everybody contribute their own devices, their own computer time at home or at their own premises around the world, okay, and help to create a virtual supercomputer, okay. And this supercomputer mainly is to actually to do big data and data science side of proteins on diseases. What kind of diseases? So during COVID-19, everybody moved forward, move this area into COVID vaccine, COVID virus, and study on this and so on. And you can actually find the Folding Home, it's called Folding Alliance Home, it's one whole word, Folding Home project. So they use the computing power, and you may even join, to help. There are a lot of free data sets around that you can tap on and you can do research on. And the investment is not that high because you can tap on with your original, whatever that you have now, whatever you can afford now in terms of computing power, and maybe overall the whole university or maybe the computing department can also do so. And they have very strong forum group that they share about the outcome and so on. Okay. All right. So computer science. Okay. Just now we'll talk about crowdsourcing of the computing power. So now we can actually look into the AI side. Okay. So AI side has been, I think, well known, to help in many different ways. Okay. From the prediction, from the tracking. I think all of us actually use tracking software. I think your country as well. You must you must be tracked by where you travel, who you contact, and so on. But how sophisticated is the software depends on a different country and different providers as well. So this is where computer science comes in. Okay, So, however, there is also a gap that we can fix, because AI is only effective if it has sufficient example to learn from. But then, if you look at our trend from the so maybe the first version until now, we are looking at the variants of Omicron or Omicron. So you can see that we have very limited data and it travels very fast. Okay, and we only discover certain cases. But this is something that AI has to be boosted in order to do so. Otherwise, AI is only effective if it has sufficient example to learn from. And we can't do deep learning when there is no data to learn from. Okay, so deep learning is just not having good computers. Okay, so it's still a big field that we can conquer, other than having good computing machine, good skill, good expert. Now we have to look at how we can write, the algorithms or the software that can work with small data set and yet effective in interpretation of the outcome. Okay, so this is something that we can do on predicting the generic behavior of the COVID virus and so on. Yep. So let's look at the next one. And around the world, okay, AI is not only used in understanding the pattern of the virus and variants and coming up with the drugs or solution for it. It's also used to help identify individuals who might be unknowingly infected with COVID-19. Okay, so Baidu, I'm not sure if you are aware of that. Baidu says that it's a new AI-enabled infrared sensor system. Okay, can monitor the temperature of people within a proximity and quickly determine whether they have a fever without asking them to stand in front of the like what we usually do. You stand in front of the the thermometer and scan. Okay, no, this is a AI-enabled infrared sensor system that can monitor the whole space within a space given. For example, on the 11 March, the MIT technology actually shows that according to Baidu, the technology actually has been used in Beijing's Qinghe railway station. So railway station is always crowded and travel. You can't afford to tell people to stop one by one and line up and do that. So it's been used there to identify passengers who are potentially infected, and it can examine up to 200 people in 1 minute. Okay, so it's one line of scanning, and 200 people are scanned, and a report can be out within seconds. Okay, so 200 in 1 minute. So can you imagine every second it is more than one person being scanned. Okay, so and according to the WHO on this technology, it actually praised that China has responded to the COVID-19, okay, and use big data and AI to strengthen the contact tracing and also the management of priority populations, those with chronic disease, those with special needs and so on, or elderly people, which I showed you previously, the picture. Okay, so China is leading in this, but then of course there are other technologies being developed in Singapore and also in Europe that we do not have time to cover all of them. So unlike times of past pandemics, we are actually equipped with a number of technological advances and innovations. So though we are scared of, though we are fearful or anxious about the future, after COVID-19 or when COVID-19 can actually happen. Okay, so the technology today actually, as I show you from the beginning until now, you can see that around the world, okay, 24 hours, 60 minutes, 7 days per week, everyone is working hard. Okay, so the technology that we have today actually can help preserve, human connection and enable our education to continue. I think all of us are having, teaching from home or maybe online learning, virtual learning at school level until the tertiary school level, primary school to tertiary school level. So this is all enabled by the technology that we have, okay? Even though we can see many industries suffer, okay, but they remain viable. You see, like especially certain manufacturing industry become particularly popular, okay? Like for instance, right here we have semiconductor producing wafer, not the wafer that it's another type of wafer that you use to do all the chips in let's say smart car, electric car, and so on. Yep. So they actually particularly bloom very well in this time of difficulty. So technology is still important, and we can continue to actually help, or contribute in this level, whether it's big or small. Okay. So the crucial post-pandemic technology include AI that I mentioned, cloud computing, video communication, and IoT. So I'll share a bit more about it here. So this is a research on how AI is helping to monitor, sorry. I have a Timor in my room, so that's why Timor is calling me. Okay, all right. So, sorry, where did I stop? AI is helping to monitor and also manage the. This is a research on managing the COVID tracking and prediction. Okay, so basically, the research replicate what happened during the Zika outbreak in 2015. Okay. For the season, I mean, it was a seasonal flu in 2015. Okay, so and the model has been retrained with the coronavirus data. Okay, and applied to the current pandemic, and it gives quite successful result and predict the infection growth. Okay, so this is a place where we can actually from the AI side, yeah, how we can actually tap on. This is on the prediction side. And there's another one on the tracking side where you actually use the Bluetooth signal from your smartphone, also AI based, yeah, that can do the automation of COVID-19 contact tracing. Okay, so basically it uses the chirp sound, from your phone, and when you hear the chirping sound, you know that someone actually near you is actually someone who have been infected. Okay, maybe it's something that you're familiar with, or it could be something that is new to you. Okay, so instead of you checking you're checking your app, who is near you and so on. Now, if you are near to these people who are infected, their app and your app will actually interact, and the chirping sound will happen in your phone, telling you that someone actually is infected someone. Okay, so this is a research. Okay, AI based. It deals with a lot of data quality. Okay, and cloud-based processing. All right. Okay, as you can see from here, this is the cloud computing, another important area. So from the AI, this is second important. Without the cloud storage, many of our interaction, like today, when we do this video conferencing, we also do some saving of the video files somewhere. At the end of the day, you can access that. So that is actually part of the cloud storage as well. So cloud storage is part of the cloud computing, and Google's Colab. Google's Colab allows you to do AI using the cloud server. So with, of course, some with subscription fees as well. All right. So with this cloud computing, okay, you can see that mobile applications, databases, hybrid public or private clouds can all work together, with a different server and different storage. And of course, within the cloud managed services, we are trying to maintain low cost, flexibility, collaboration. For example, Google's Colab is free, okay, that you can use, and a low cost. I think most of us can use the cloud-based software at a free price. I think Google is the main provider of all this. And of course, we do have the better service like Zoom that you have to pay, or MS, MS Team, MS Forms, and so on that you may use at a price. Okay, so cloud computing actually help a lot, okay, in the business okay, help them to continue to function, okay, during the crisis. And this is an area that even post-pandemic, we are so relying, we rely so much on the cloud already. So I think it's not easy to transfer back. And I don't see the point that we need to go back to physical storage, yes? So this line is where the research will continue to go, okay? How to continue to have lower costs. This is a research itself. And how to continue to have good software updates, because new needs come in, new additional update has to be in place. And the more data we store in the cloud, or the more processing that we do in the cloud, then data loss prevention security is always a research area that we all can go into, okay? And I think all of us nowadays also buy a lot, online. So we use a lot of e-wallet, we use a lot of online banking. So this is moving forward, and it's a research itself, because whenever we have people creating better, online commerce software, there is also another group of people may in the opposition team and would like to hack or crack, or create virus and so on. So there is always a research when you have such a provision of better software, and you also have better virus or better cybersecurity attacks. So we always have, you're either on the white side or you're on the black side, but still both sides are having improvement and growth. Okay. Yeah, let me go to the next one. So another post-pandemic tech is video communication. You can see here, I think all of us are experiencing this. I don't think I need to talk a lot. Okay. So Zoom or Facebook Live or even YouTube Live is part of our life now. Okay, all this life. Yeah, you can see a lot of small scale entrepreneurs actually do business, using Facebook Live, or perhaps using the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, or even Zoom to do business. So working from home, never the same. Well, we rely on all this, and education and health as well. Okay, so. And let's look at the next one. So this actually, the figure here shows the example of COVID's impact, particularly on the IoT. Okay, so I was talking about cloud, talking about video conferencing, talking about AI. Now I'd like to touch a bit on the IoT. Okay, so as you can see here, this is basically due to the COVID-19 shock. Of course, we encounter a lot of shutdowns, recession, temporary, and low profit to some of the companies. Okay, but as I said in the beginning, that we are, more research has been implemented, so people slowly to pick up. So you see, small scale business, large scale business are actually picking up. Okay, and even education. Right here in our country, there are more brands, being established for the online learning. We have online kindergarten that runs 12 months a year. It's no longer just a pandemic solution. It became an online kindergarten starting from 2 years old to 6 years old, teaching this. And this help those parents who work from home, or actually housewives, who do not work. So they no longer need to send children even after the pandemic, because this program continue. And our university students actually prefer online learning. And kids from primary school to secondary school started to opt for online tuition, other than the formal school required by government, they go for online tuition, and it's very popular. Okay, it's very popular, and save a lot of time and effort. Immediately after the class, you can go to sleep. You don't have to drag the tuition and so on, until all this will not happen. Okay, will not happen at this quick. I would say it will happen slowly eventually, but that will not happen at this quick if it's not because of the COVID-19. So you can see that this is basically new consumer behavior. Yeah, work from home, e-entertainment. I heard that Netflix is very popular in Philippines and also in Malaysia, okay, during this pandemic time. Yeah, so e-entertainment, Spotify become more popular as well, and social distancing become a research area. A lot of people coming out with different solutions how to maintain social distancing, including myself. I'm still doing a research on the social distancing for people with a vision problem, or we call it visually impaired or low vision. Okay, and the IoT also impacted the market requirements. Okay, a lot of things are no longer physical switch where you walk there and press. You know, people don't like it anymore. So everything in your house, in your office, can be controlled by your mobile phone or by a specific remote control and so on. Well, this is all to prevent, you know, the contact with more physical things and getting infected with the viruses. All right, and we also have the a lot of research, you know, and development teams. For example, we look for low cost. We don't say cheap. Low cost plug and play sensors. You know, nowadays you can go. I'm not sure how. Perhaps Shopee, Lazada is also popular in your country, that you can easily sort, you know, those sensors, low cost sensor, and start your research. Okay, and data integration and privacy. All these, okay, boom. Okay, they actually boom during COVID and caused by COVID as well. Okay. All right, and this is development about smart home. Okay, this is also basically due to the success of IoT and artificial intelligence. Okay, where you talk about where we have smart home become part of our life. You know, the smart wearable that can control things and also can be synchronized to your quarantine. So it's very popular that people try to now synchronize, you know, your COVID tracking software to your wearable. So when you are out of a distance, the authority will know that you are no longer under quarantine, you're somewhere else. Instead of wearing a bracelet, people are putting it together to sync it with your wearable, you know, your smart watch and so on. Okay, and we have sensors to detect fever and cough. My colleague is working on cough sound, using the cough sound, and this cough sound is detected by using the mobile phone. Okay, so mobile phone, you cough to your mobile phone, and it will interpret whether it is a COVID cough. Yep. Okay, and some energy meters help you to have cost saving on the energies and so on, and also thermostat that you can use to control and care harm. Yep. So this is something that, you know, will not be available in such a short time if it's not because of COVID. Yep. Okay, another one is the visitor management and a HVAC system facility cleaning robot. This is basically some of the much needed and also how to say, it become a necessity now in the buildings, especially the building in the university buildings or in the offices. Okay, because of the number of how to say, the number of trips or cleaning that you have to do per day due to the number of visitors that you have within the building. So a robot become more efficient in a way. Okay, and all this can be achieved. Okay, of course there are still gaps for you to do research. For example, the facility cleaning robot, the irradiation, the accuracy is a problem. Okay, and LiDAR can be affected by obstacles within the path. So it's still something that we can work on. Okay, and visitor management, the temperature sensing, QR-based contact tracking, motion sensor, and LiDAR or radar-based solutions and so on. And this HVAC, everybody is concerned about this. Even in our university, we do frequent, frequent cleaning, but we are still using the manual cleaning. Yeah, frequent cleaning of our HVAC system, our split units, and so on, because we are worried of the staining of the virus within the system. Okay, so this is a big area that all of us can work on. So I would like to share with you about the Bluetooth signal from smartphone that you can trace while preserving privacy. The selling point is you don't have to log on to a system and see the names and then check and the phone numbers, which is not effective from the administrative side of the tracking server. You see, so this is basically having the data in everyone's gadgets And when everyone go near to each other, they will sense it by themselves. So it reduces on the processing side. Let's have a look at the video.
When a patient is diagnosed with an infectious disease like COVID-19, an important step in slowing the transmission of the disease is contact tracing. Contact tracing seeks to identify the people who have had close contact with the infected individual and who therefore may be infected themselves. This targeted strategy reduces the need for stay-at-home periods. However, manual contact tracing is subject to a person's ability to recall everyone they have come in contact with over a 2-week period. There is need for an automated, privacy-preserving contact tracing system. MIT is developing one such system. Cell phones are constantly advertising their presence using Bluetooth. These advertisements, which we call chirps, can be anonymous and contain no location data or personally identifiable information. Every phone stores a list of all the chirps that it has sent and all the chirps it has overheard from nearby phones within arm's reach. The MIT system utilizes these lists to enable contact tracing for people diagnosed with COVID-19. This system not only identifies contacts, it also estimates the distance between individuals, as well as the amount of time they spent in close proximity to each other. When a person is diagnosed with COVID-19, public health professionals would coordinate with the patient to upload the list of chirps sent out by their phone to a public database. Meanwhile, people who have not been diagnosed can have their phones do a daily scan of the public database to see if their phones have overheard any of the chirps used by people later diagnosed with COVID-19. This indicates that they were in close, prolonged contact with that anonymous individual. Depending on the circumstances of contact, they may be referred to the public health authorities, who may recommend varying courses of action, including symptom watch, testing, and self-quarantine.
Okay, I hope you learned something from this, and it could be a research area for all of us to continue to improve the accuracy. Well, this is good because it doesn't indicate, because it doesn't indicate the name and so on, and who and so, but basically is measuring, the contact and make sure that the person being contacted, okay, actually referred to the nearby or referred to the healthcare services. So, well, this is something that we can work on. All right. So we've been talking about so much so that about the all the technologies, but we can't run away from the truth that when we rely more on the technologies, we are also putting ourselves into more risk. For example, if you look at this picture, this is a nice picture of the casino in US. Okay, in casino in US. So, and you can see that this beautiful aquarium doesn't seem to be, does not show any indication of being bad and so on, right? However, okay, hackers managed to steal the casino's list of super wealthy high rollers through this fish tank, this beautiful fish tank. Why? Okay, so the attackers actually use this aquarium to get a foothold of the network, and because this is one of the item within the casino that has a lot of IoT devices and connected to their main network. Okay, so the hacker actually managed to get a foothold into the network via this particular IoT aquarium, IoT connected aquarium. It's a thermostat, it's a thermostat within this aquarium that they managed to get in. And then all the way, they use this particular network from the thermostat in the aquarium to all the way to the cloud and then into the system of the casino. And the hackers were actually based in Finland, and this casino is based in US. And they managed to transfer around 10 gigabytes of data without without being notified, being noticed by the system administrator. Okay, and of course they get the most important data from there. All right, so this is something that Internet of Things can bring, a loophole in our daily life, because when you run big businesses, you have a lot of IoT control, like your aircon, maybe even your kitchen, your all your devices. And how safe are those? You may not know. And a lot of smart hackers can go through this into your main system. Of course, household, I guess we don't have so much data, that is so important of high value, you see. But then for business, yes. So you cannot imagine with a thermostat, then a casino is being steal of 10 gig of important data of those wealthy people within the casino. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure if you do research with this humanoid robot or not. Yes. Okay. So according to Germany's Federal Network Agency, okay, the female doll that you can, the doll that you can see is actually named as Kayla. Okay. So Kayla is actually labeled as having severe security. How to say? It's called illegal espionage apparatus. So it has been labeled as not safe, okay, because you can access the door via Bluetooth, okay, and it's completely unsecure with no password protection at all. Okay, if you were to do research with this children toy, okay, it actually endanger both the children's privacy and safety. So this is actually, giving us an alarm, how IoT affected children and affected research as well, because some may have used this to do their research with children and also, gamification-based research. Okay, let's watch the video.
There are some toys you really don't want in your home. This is Kayla and IQ. Unfortunately, these two internet-connected toys are not as innocent as they look. There's not added any kind of security. With simple steps, I can talk through the doll and listen to other people. No one wants others to speak directly through the doll,
or use it to eavesdrop to what is being said. That this can happen from a long distance makes it even scarier.
And you may think that the conversation remains between the child and the doll. It does not. The conversation between the child and the doll is directly sent to a company in Burlington, Massachusetts, who can practically do whatever they want with the recording. And if that wasn't enough, when you use the toy, you also accept terms that allow the company to use the recording of the child for targeted advertising. It can share it with practically any third party they see fit, and they can change the terms at any time without notice to you. This is, in our view, a massive breach of many consumer laws. Kayla, can I trust you?
I don't know.
So I hope this actually gives us an alarm, in terms of IoT. It does give us, some security breach that we are not aware with, and it can affect our children, our family, our society, and even our research. Okay, so, basically, a study published in July 2020 analyzed over 5 million of IoT, and IOMT, Internet of Medical Things. Medical devices or equipment in the hospital are also part of the IoT, and there are about 5 million around the world, 5 million products around the world, from also into retail and manufacturing. So basically up to 15% of the devices were unknown or unauthorized. And about up to 19% were using unsupported legacy operating system. And 49% of the IT teams were guessing or actually had tinkered with the existing IT solutions to get visibility. And 51% of them were unaware of what type of smart objects were active within their network, okay? And 75% of deployment actually violate the VLAN, okay, VLAN, okay, VLAN. And 86% of healthcare deployments, okay, they have more than 10 FDA recall devices, means that the FDA disapproved the devices after finding out after the investigation. And 95% of the healthcare networks actually integrated the Amazon Alexa and Echo devices alongside with the hospital civilian equipment. And of course, having smart speakers connected to your hospital network also violates the privacy requirement, as the attacker can actually, eavesdrop or even record your conversation, like what you see from the IQ and Kayla just now, right? So this is actually a finding from the the survey on the 5 million devices around the world in July 2020. So this shows that, again, a research hope for us and a research gap for us to fix. So just want to introduce the last part to you, that is about combination of AI and Internet of Things, and it's called AIoT, or from afar you may see like it's a lot, okay, but it's actually AIoT, okay? It's artificial intelligence of things. So let's have this is a short one.
More than ever, organizations are focusing on creating the next ideal interaction with their customers. The customer experience is data-driven, and the Internet of Things allows expansion and enhancement of the customer journey. IoT combined with machine learning is transforming into the artificial intelligence of things. AIoT empowers companies to gain meaningful insights and improve customer experience. Here are 3 examples of how AIoT adds value to your CX journey. Rhonda's retail store employs AIoT by connecting her shoppers' digital life through their smartphones to their physical location and offering real-time in-store promotions and discounts. Alonzo uses AIoT to create a new automotive service for his company's IoT-equipped vehicles. Now he can predict maintenance needs and conveniently schedule appointments while providing consistent customer service. Tina works in telecommunications and utilizes IoT data as a foundation for her CX strategy. She monitors her network, relays current and predicted usage to customers, and allocates resources appropriately. Innovative companies are using AI and customer-generated IoT data to improve the customer experience. AIoT enables companies to go beyond traditional customer experience to become embedded in their customers' world. Find out how to ignite your customer experience and improve your CX strategy with SaaS.
All right, so just a recap. So AIoT is a new trend, okay? Instead of the Internet of Things, now we are making them more intelligent. So it can cover you from the basic agriculture industry to even the construction of the intelligent infrastructure. Okay, so hopefully this can help the whole human society to resist the novel coronavirus with its own characteristics. It can be applied elsewhere. Okay, and AIoT also provides better quality of life for residents and users, not just the field industry that we saw just now. So with connected devices and smart living solutions. So just enjoy this, the last slide. So just recap whatever that we have looked up this just now from the videos, from the slides. So basically, these are the research gaps that we can move on in AIoT, AI alone, IoT, cybersecurity, cloud computing, and even the video communication. All right. So open to the floor if you have any questions to discuss and so on. All right. MC, is there any questions? Sorry.
Dr. Teng will have the round table discussion after the 3 plenary speakers.
Okay.
Thank you
all
very
right.
much.
Yep. I'll stop the sharing. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Teng, for the comprehensive talk on advancing computing research for a better coping of during and post-pandemic. It was also insightful for us when she discussed the innovations, importance, and impact of the computing research for the world citizens to cope better during and post-COVID-19 pandemic.
On that note, ICOR 2021 cares for your digital well-being. Before we continue, we will pause for a short screen break.
Our second plenary speaker is one of the leading proponents of Ideal Flow Network, Tecnomo Fernandez algorithm, and the main contributor of queuing rule of thumb. He was an international consultant for the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank Group, Toyota Info Technology Center Japan, and the Savannah Solution in Switzerland, the Probe software in USA, and the Arimas in Brazil. He was an associate professor in the Ateneo de Manila University in the Philippines, a visiting professor in Ateneo de Davao, Philippines, a visiting research fellow in the University of Wisconsin and Blackthorn Incorporated, both in the USA, and in the Hertha Finberg Research Fellow in the Austrian Institute of Technology, Austria. He was also a lecturer in Saga University, Japan, and recently he rejoined Petra Christian University, Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Cardi Tecnomo.
A virtual round of applause for Dr. Cardi.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation for this preliminary talk. I'm one of the proponents for Ideal Flow Network. So in this talk, I would like to discuss regarding the application of Ideal Flow Network for machine learning. So I hope through this opportunity, we can create a starting point for research collaboration in the near future. Right, so before we begin, I would like to show the summary of the application for Ideal Flow Network, or IFN, for machine learning. You can also watch this video from my YouTube channel.
Dr. Cardi, excuse. Your presentation doesn't have audio. Is it supposed to have an audio, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, we can't hear, so
You
maybe we
cannot
should
hear
try
it.
again and share computer audio on the settings.
Share computer audio. Where is the setting that we can share that? Where can we share the video, audio?
On the lower part of your Zoom screen, you would find there an icon for the computer audio, the microphone icon.
Yes, I already put on.
All right, all right. And then on the Zoom settings,
In the Zoom settings,
on the lower part, you would find a checkbox that says
okay, I put
share
show.
computer audio.
Okay, let's try again. For each IFN,
All
is it
right,
okay
it's
to
working.
predict
Thank
the
you.
label
Okay,
based on the
let's start
maximum
again.
argument? Okay, let's start again then. Sorry for that. Ideal flow network for machine learning. Ideal flow network, or IFN, is a special type of weighted directed graph where the D graph is strongly connected and the positive link weight are called flows. In each node, the relative flow must be balanced. The total inflow must be equal to the total outflow. While IFN was originally used for transportation network, it can also be used as modeling metaphor for machine learning of artificial intelligence with parsimonies data, and it can also handle big data. Items that go together can be used to train IFN for order or unordered association recommendation system. The variable node value in IFN indicates the percentage of the significance of the variable, useful for feature selection. The training data are read in sequence to form trajectories. We train one IFN for each category label, feeding the trajectories into the network as if part of a random walk would produce a capacity matrix. Then, the stochastic matrix, and finally, the ideal flow network are computed. Using the trained network, when a new unseen data comes in, we can compute the probability of the trajectory of the new data for each IFN and predict the label based on the maximum argument among all of the IFNs. The same IFN can be modularized into hierarchy. By setting a threshold probability, a semi-supervised system can be created to search new unlabeled data to be inputted automatically after the IFN was trained with minimum number of data. In summary, IFN theory unifies several approaches in data science, including finding association among the items and feature selection, supervised learning, and semi-supervised learning, and to form the hierarchical structure as in unsupervised learning. So what is IFN again? So IFN is basically a steady-state relative flow distribution in a strongly connected network, where the flow are conserved. So in summary, I can put IFN as two words, so irreducible and pragmatic. Irreducible means strongly connected, and pragmatic means in the matrix, okay, the sum of row is equal to the sum of column, exactly the same. So, of course, as a network can be represented as T graph or a network, or as a matrix, so we can put both sides, okay, as a graph and matrix. So, this is the example of how I discover IFN. Okay? Initially, I created a random walk, okay, of any number of agents, okay, in a random network. Okay? And then we count the flow. The flow is counted by the number of agents that actually pass in any particular link. Okay? So, and the problem is, if we do random walk like this, the number of agents, the number of flow actually will increase into infinity over time. Okay? So the flow itself is not really useful. But something happened very nice when we actually divide the flow with the statistic of the flow. For example, the average of the flow, the sum of the flow, or the minimum or the maximum. Okay, and the relative flow will conserve into integer numbers, okay, something like this. So, and not only they conserve into integer numbers, so you can see the sum of rows is exactly the same as the sum of columns. So this represents the balance of the flow in the network. Okay, so this is an example of the animation of that. Okay, so if you can see here, I have a stochastic matrix of the network on the right. Okay, and you can see I animate the simulation of the flow and the relative flow. The number of flow is always increasing here, but the relative flow will eventually convert into an integer number. Okay. Right. So the IFN has been available on GitHub. The Python code is also in Excel, also in JavaScript, and also I have in MATLAB also. So you can check these links if you want to find out. Okay. So why we want to use IFN? Because first of all, originally it was used for traffic flow network. Okay. But we can also use this as a modeling metaphor and naming convention so that we can use it for many other applications. So for example, when we say irreducible means strongly connected, the flow means just the weighted value on the links, and prematrix means the balance of the flow. Okay? So as long as the problem at hand can be formulated as flow equilibrium in a strongly connected network graph, then you can consider to use IFN for your modeling tool. So one particular, so I have written about 500 pages of book on IFN. So one particular theory that I would like to share with you is that we can form a network, okay, IFN, based on a trajectory cycle. Okay. If you form a network based on trajectory cycle, then it will always produce ideal flow. Okay. So today I would like to discuss particularly about IFN for classification. Okay. So IFN can be used for supervised learning, in this case classification, under the following condition. So suppose you have a data table, okay? Then you divide the data table into two parts. One is the X, which is the input attribute matrix, which is of discrete data type. Okay? Can be numerical or categorical in nature, but must be discrete. And then the Y, of course, is just one vector of output class. Again, this must be discrete. Okay? Discrete can be numerical or categorical. So I will name this as IFNC, mean IFN for classification. So the characteristic of IFN for classification is this. Learning is based on reading the trajectory, and then predicting is based on comparing the maximum entropy among all these IFNs. Okay? So training is per category output, and then the prediction is across categories. So based on this characteristic, then we can use actually for many applications. Okay? For example, we can use for anomaly detection, which part of this within the scope of this network or no. Okay? And it is also expandable if you have more than the number. For example, you have two categories initially. You can also expand to add the other category of the same input variables. Right. So the general step for IFN classification from a data matrix is this. Okay. First, you separate the data matrix for each category into you sort it into each category. Okay. So one IFN is for one category value. Okay. And then we read the story by setting trajectory to train the IFN. Okay. based on that, we can create the stochastic matrix, and then later on we can calculate the prediction based on the probability of the trajectory along the path, okay, to calculate the largest entropy in the trajectory. Okay, so modeling IFN, okay, for each class of the category represented by this way. First, the node is representing the cell in the table, in the data table. So variable and the value, and then the link representing the connection between neighboring cells, and the trajectory means one row of data table or one column in data table. Or if your data is actually text, then one word per node. Okay. So the flow is simply count the number of trajectories. Okay. Optionally, we can make it irreducible by adding some cloud node. Okay, so here is the function, the general function of any supervised learning, right? So suppose you have y, which is the output, is a function of x, which is the input, and alpha here is the vector of parameters. Okay? Then when we said we do training, that means you have the input and the output, x and y, okay? And given the function, okay, you want to find the parameter alpha, right? When we said we do predicting, that means we assume, okay, the function and the parameter that we have found during the training are invariants. Then given the new input, okay, x in this case, and the function for the x and the alpha, then we can create the prediction on the output, which is y. Okay. The last part of the model of supervised learning, which is very rare to discuss, is actually control. Okay. Control means we supposed to have what is called an inverse function of the, and then we also assume the alpha, the parameter are invariant. Okay. Now, given the output, which is the grouping or the categories in this case, and the inverse function, okay, of the output, then we would like to know what is the input. Okay, so this is the three function of supervised learning. Now, applying this to IFN classification, we have three functions. Okay? One is called assignment. So, given the trajectory from the reading the data, we put this trajectory into the flow matrix, okay, or the network FG. Okay. So basically, this is a function to get the flow matrix based on trajectory. So we use this during the training. Okay. And second function is called matching. That means you have the trajectory and you have the ideal flow, okay, matrix, F1 until F8, depending on the number of categories that you have. Then we want to match this trajectory with all these IFN, F1 to F8, to get the output with this the grouping, okay, G. So G is the output, okay, when we want to match the trajectory with the IFN. So matching will be used for predicting. Okay. The last part is to generate. That means given a particular IFN, Fk, we want to generate back the trajectory. So basically generating function is an inverse approximation, a random inverse approximation of the assignment function. So during the training, so we call this also fitting or calibration. So we read the trajectory cycle in the data, okay, and then put that into the ideal flow network. Okay, so we assign. Okay. And this is an example, okay, of a data table. So we have here 4 variables of gender, class, car ownership, travel cost, and income level. And then the output here is the classes mode choice, which is bus, train, or car. Okay? So how do we define the trajectory? Is by reading per row. Okay? So first we divide the data table into two parts, which is the X, which is the input, and the Y, right? X and Y. So input is the attributes, and the Y, of course, the output, which is the class. Okay, and then we separate the IFN per category. For each category of the class, so in this case, bus, train, and car, we separate them, and then we train IFN per class category. And this is the result of the training. Okay? So we can have a graphical interpretation, okay, of its IFN. Okay? In this case, a bus, car, and train. So basically what we do is reading the trajectory of each row, okay, and then assign that to the network. Okay. Now, okay, I will show you some short video. This one so this is a data table. Okay, so we sort the data by category. Okay. And then for each row, we read. Okay. We create a trajectory by setting its variable value. Okay. Then we put its variable value as node into the trajectory. Okay. And then we form a cycle by connecting it into a cloud node. Then we assign that trajectory cycle into the network. So this is the example. And then we repeat the same process for other rows. So second row, third row, and so on until the end of the data table. Okay. And then we can get, finally, we can get IFN for each category. So IFN for bus, IFN for car, IFN for train in this case. Okay. So that's how we train the IFN, very easy, right? So the next part is predicting. Okay, so predicting means we want to classify. So in this case, we use the matching function. Okay, so we have the trajectory, which is the data, the input data, and we do have the IFN already that we have trained. Okay, we want to get the grouping in this case. Okay, so the function matching will take the trajectory cycle. Okay, and then we calculate the maximum entropy. Okay. So how do you calculate the maximum entropy? First, we calculate the link probability. So link probability is basically the flow divided by the total flow. Very simple. Okay, and then after that, for each link that have probability larger than 0, okay, we compute the trajectory entropy using this formula. Okay, so P ln P, which is the usual entropy, okay, formula for the trajectory. So here is a short video for that. So suppose we have the sorted data table by category, okay, and then we already have the trained IFN from the data table, right? Then suppose we have a new instant data like this, which is not in the data table. Okay, so how we will do a predicting? In this case, we form the trajectory cycle from the new data, and then we try this into the bus and train and the car. Okay, and we calculate each of these, the link flow and link probability, and then we also computed the entropy and find the maximum entropy. Okay, so the maximum entropy in this case is car, then the prediction is car. Okay, as simple as that. Okay, and this is the example demonstration of application of IFN for image classification. Okay, so we do have what is called optical number recognition. So we created here 4 by 7. Okay, and this is the pixels, just 28. Then from here we created 28 variables, and Okay, so then we can get that data table. Okay, and then we can train that. Okay, and we get the precision of 100%. Right, and this is the result, okay, of the training. Okay. So, and we know in neural network, okay, early in neural network, okay, XOR was the problem. Okay, so I will show you a short video here. So one of the first hurdle of perceptron neural network is incapability to calculate XOR, okay, exclusive OR. So it was using backpropagation was solved in 86 probably, okay, and using IFN we can solve that easily, okay, with 100% correctness. Yeah, see, the precision is 100%, and we can get this network. Right. So the third function, it is to control. Okay. So in this case, for each of the IFN, okay, we can calculate the trajectory back. Okay. Meaning that given the output, you want to get the input. Right. So this is how we do. Again, we have the data table from the category, and we generating the IFN. Okay, we train that, and then we can see we can start to generate. We need to train first. Okay, so this is the training result of the IFN, and then we can start to generate back. Okay, what is the output for each category? So in this case, now we would like to see what happened, okay, of other possibilities of the unseen data. The way we generate is basically use Monte Carlo inverse cumulative distribution, okay, for each link. Okay. So when you get the Monte Carlo for each of the IFN, from the cloud node, come back to the cloud node, then you can get back the inverse function of IFN. Okay. It's a very simple method. Right. So this is an example. We use this capability to generate music. Okay. So here is the example after the training, okay, of a single class. Okay. You can also see this website. So suppose we have the Mozart music. Then we train that Mozart music, and we can. This is music generation, okay, by IFN. It is similar to Mozart. Okay. Now let's say I would like to use children's song here. Now we train that using IFN and generate new music. It's similar to Kakatuan song again. Okay, so right. So this is the AI capability of IFN. Okay, so it learns something based on what you train. In fact, this is very parsimony, very small data. Okay? With just one song, you can already create the whole IFN, and then IFN can generate music based on what you have trained. Okay? You can visit this website, okay? And you can also change using your own music. So. Next is to create IFN model, Okay, we have set of ideal flow network, and one IFN is for each category label. And then to make it easier, we use what is called a lookup table to identify the matrix. Okay, and we also have a parameter which I call this as Markov order, because basically IFN is just Markov chain. Okay, so the default of Markov order is just 1, with this 1 node per unique variable value of the class. But we can also use the higher Markov order K. K is the number of nodes in a supernode. Okay. So, for example, this is the example of the lookup table. Okay. The lookup table consists of a hash code, and then the variables, and then the value from the data table. So if this is the original data table, and then on the right here is the lookup table, then we can create a new transform data in hash code. Okay. So the lookup table LUT play a very important role for classification. Using the same tree function a while ago, we can change the LUT, okay? And then we can also use this to create a new Markov order. Okay? And we can also group the IFN based on the LUT. Right. So next, I would like to discuss about Markov order. So this is the parameter inside the IFN. Okay. So suppose we have this IFN for classification. So one of the difficulty is actually to recall back. Okay. So Markov order is basically how many nodes we will use in reading the trajectory to create one supernode. Okay. So this is an example of ambiguity. Okay. For instance, we don't know, okay, when we read the trajectory and we get this kind of part of the IFN, okay, we don't know whether this is AC to CD or AC to CE, okay, or actually BC to CD or BC to CE, right? We don't know in this case. So there is an ambiguity in the information that we record in the IFN. Okay? Now, what happened is, using a higher Markov order, for example, in this case, okay, we use a second order Markov, okay? Then we improve the precision by removing this ambiguity. Okay. So this is an example of Markov order parameter. Suppose we have a trajectory of just 5 nodes, okay? A, B, C, D, E. Okay. So then we can, you see here we have 5 nodes and 4 links, right? And then we can create the second order Markov. Okay. So how to create it? Just combine. Okay. So reading every 2 of the trajectories as one node. So in this case, the node is supernode. Okay. A, B, B, C, C, D, D, E. So we have 4 nodes and 3 links. Okay. Again, we can create a third order Markov. In this case, we have 3 nodes per supernode, right? And because we have only 5, then we have 2 links. Okay. So in here, we have 4 order Markov. Okay. So 2 nodes and 1 link. And lastly, okay, we have just 1 node, okay, with 0 links. Okay. So we know that using higher order Markov, we actually can still use IFN because the network still premagic and still irreducible. Okay, and at the highest order, of Markov, okay, with this all dimension we input it in here. So basically what we have is just rote memorization. Okay. So, right. So there's a trade-off here between the low Markov order and high Markov order. So if you have a low Markov order, for example, just one, the information is fake, right? But easily you can generalize, and sometimes you go underfit. Okay? And if you put very high Markov order, very precise, okay? Accuracy is 100% for the training, okay? But it's just rote memorization, so it tends to be overfit. So you need to balance this Markov order. Okay. So, right. Next. Yeah, this is the same as earlier. So this is an example that we have this data of buying computer data set. This is just a practice textbook example, right? So you see here whether they will buy a computer or not based on these 4 features: okay, age, income, student rating, student and credit rating, and these are the LUT, the lookup table on the right. And then based on that, we can create the transform data of the LUT. Okay, and this is the example whether they will buy or not computer. Okay, you see here the using Markov order 1, okay, the accuracy is 85%. Right. Using Markov order 2, the accuracy increased to 92%. Okay, so you see here the Markov order 2 means one node consists of one supernode consists of 2 nodes. Okay. And in Markov order 3, we already reached 100%. Okay. It is optimum in this case. Accuracy for the training data. And of course, we still can increase. Okay. Markov order 4, and because this is the maximum, it is the total number of features in the data table. So this is tend to be overfit clearly. Okay. Next point that I would like to discuss is inconsistent data. So there is a myth in classification. Okay? So saying that any supervised learning, say you have tools, okay, for supervised learning, and if you put your data, training data into the program, that it's always able to classify. I'm telling you this is a myth. Why? Because actually there are certain data sets that are inconsistent or conflicting to each other. Okay? Therefore, they cannot be classified correctly. Okay? This is something new for you. Okay? So not all training data that we put into the machine learning program, we will be able to classify correctly. So what is that data? Okay. If the data is actually inconsistent, okay, so say you have a data table, at least 2 rows of the same input, okay, but actually they have 2 different labels, 2 different output categories. So this data is, I call this inconsistent because you have repeated X, okay, input, but you have different Y. So, right? So, okay, wait. So, as analogy, you remember function and relation. Okay? In function, you have only one X. Each one X will have only one Y, one output, right? In relation, one X can have multiple Y. Okay? So inconsistent data, okay, so is the same as relation. Okay. So how are we going to detect existence of inconsistent data? So it turned out we can actually use the highest. Okay? This is a kind of algorithm. So IFN classification can be used to detect the possibility of inconsistency in the data. How to do that? We set the parameter to the highest Markov order. Okay? And then, if the accuracy is not 100%, then there must be some problem there. So remember that highest Markov order is tend to be overfit. Okay. So here is an example of mammal data set. This is, if you use Markov order 1, 2, 3, you can see there are some inconsistent in the data set. Okay. Right. So here is the example of the data set. Of course, there is inconsistent here, but you cannot see in Markov order 1, right? In Markov order 3, again, probably you can see, but you need to trace one by one. Okay. Here is example. You see A2, B1, C1 is actually appear in both categories. The same thing with this B1, C1, D3, again appear in both categories. So there are three things that appears in both categories. So here is very clear. Okay? So there are some data that appear to be mammal and non-mammal, that therefore we cannot actually classify this as 100% correct. So if you classify this as 100% correct, that's probably lucky only. Okay. So this is another example of mammal. Okay. So here we have the so the detection is very simple. Okay, set the parameter to the highest order Markov, and if the accuracy is not 100%, because we know that if the highest order Markov is just rote memorization, right? Then if you cannot get rote memorization 100%, then something wrong with the data. So this is the example in highest Markov order 5. We have the same between mammal and bird, the same value between feces and mammal, and also between reptile and mammal, and so on. So, right, so as a summary, we have the advantage of using IFN classification. So it's eager learning with parsimony data. So this is also a glass box instead of black box. Yeah? So we can see what is inside the decision point. Okay? Unlike the usual neural network, for example, is a black box. You don't know what is going on inside. Right? So IFN classification is a glass box. You can see visually what is inside. And the nice thing here is approximate of the inverse function through random Monte Carlo. And then we can also improve, okay, the accuracy by setting the Markov order parameter. In fact, we can even detect the inconsistency in the data. Okay? And of course, we can also do a feature selection through node analysis and abstraction through the network. But there are some disadvantages as well. Okay? So the data input must be discrete in values. Okay? And this is similar to decision tree. So, and this is also very sensitive to the way we read the trajectory. For example, if we read instead of by row, we read by columns. Okay, we will get exactly similar to naive Bayes, which is pretty good. But this is if we read by rows, it's actually improved much better. Okay, so thank you for listening for this talk.
Umuwi po ako sa bahay ng lasing na lasing at pinagalitan po ako ng aking nanay. Kasi uminom kami ng COVID-19 germs bacteria na galing fluoro at
Thank you, Dr. Cardi, for that talk on ideal flow network for machine learning. I'm sure that many of our participants also became interested in IFN for ML and how it's used in finding association among the items and feature selection. I'm sure that you have questions for our two speakers, but hold on to those questions. We will discuss them later during the roundtable discussion. Our next speaker will complete the plenary talks.
Erica is a physicist who holds an Aboitiz Chair in Data Science and a professorship in Data Science at the Asian Institute of Management. She is also the founding program director of the AIM Masters of Science in Data Science, one of the region's leading data science graduate program. In 2019, as a policy advisor, Erica was tapped by the Philippine government to craft its national artificial intelligence roadmap. Currently, she is involved in the design, incorporation, and the rolling out of the Philippines National Center of AI Research. As a scientist, Erica specializes in the complexity science, network science, computational social science, and data science. She has been involved in a multi-million-dollar research and development projects with local and international businesses, including the multinational companies and various government agencies in the Philippines and Singapore. Her current research is geared towards understanding complex systems, determining the mechanism that drive and control them. In 2020, the Outstanding Young Man Awardee was a recipient of the Philippine National Academy of Science and Technology Outstanding Young Scientist Award. Dr. Ligara is a huge advocate for lifelong learning, which she herself practices. In 2021, she finished the Leading Smart Policy Design program at Harvard Kennedy School of the Government Executive Education. In 2022, Dr. Ligara will be joining the 2022-2023 Asia 21 Young Leaders class.
Please welcome and a virtual round of applause for Dr. Erica Ligara.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Let me just first share my screen. Okay, I think you can now see it. Can someone confirm for me, maybe with a thumbs up, if you can see the presenter?
Yes, Dr.
Yes.
Erica, we
Wonderful.
can see
Thank you
your
so
slide.
much.
Thank you.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the organizers, especially Sir Boggs and Dr. Rachel Rojas, for having me with you today. It's such a pleasure to be part of a computing science conference. As mentioned earlier, I'm a physicist by training. Anyway, today I'm going to talk about a bit more exciting thing that's happening in the Philippines and also in the ASEAN region. The title of my talk is AI as a nation-defining capability. I was told that there are undergraduate students here, graduate students, faculty. So what I tried to do here was to have something for everyone. And the hardcore, when I say hardcore, really doing full-time research in the field. Thus, the talk will be divided into two parts. So the first part is about research projects that's done outside of academia in collaboration with industry and the government, because this is going to put some context on the opportunities and challenges that we face as academics. And this will now bridge to the National Artificial Intelligence Roadmap. What is it? And what does it mean for each and every one of us here in the conference? You may be based locally or abroad. There's really something for you in this particular space. I think earlier it was already discussed that AI is, becoming big in various countries and various industries. In fact, in this survey done by MIT Sloan Management Review, they talked to over 3,000 executives around the world from the top enterprises and multinational companies. They just asked them if they're invested in artificial intelligence. This was a 2021 report, and 99% of all the enterprises interviewed said that yes, we're actually investing in artificial intelligence. And of all of them, 91% have increased their investments in the field. So this is exciting for everyone, not just the enterprises, but actual computer scientists, data scientists, artificial intelligence engineers, because it means that there's a lot for us to do in this particular space. There's a lot of openings and opportunities. The thing that's really exciting about artificial intelligence is that it cuts across industries. No, it's not just in academia, but you can move from the real estate industry to retail and e-commerce to education, space exploration, all the way to logistics and transportation. It will be very tough to identify an industry where AI will not be useful. As long as you're generating huge data sets, as long as you're interested in the economics of prediction, then AI will be very useful to you. So this is what I talked about earlier, that 99% of them are invested in AI and that they've increased the level of investment, about 92% of them. But this is just the first part of the sentence. If you're going to read the whole sentence here in this particular news, it says that although there's a huge investment, only 24%, in fact, 24%, not even 1/4, right, of executives report that their companies have actually realized the goal of becoming data-driven organization. So they're still having some challenges in meeting their objectives that's brought about by data science and artificial intelligence. Why is this the case? Why is this happening? Companies are frustrated because they're not getting the return on investment on AI. So I actually worked in Singapore for I think 6 years. I worked with the government as a scientist, and I returned to the Philippines in 2017 as part of the Asian Institute of Management, where we talked closely with various organizations, including international organizations, small and medium enterprises, and multinational companies, and even government agencies. And with our discussions with them about data science, computer science, and artificial intelligence, we somehow was able to categorize the challenges that these entities are facing. Number one, the lack of understanding of what data science and artificial intelligence is. And I'm not just talking about the definition, no? This is really lack of understanding of how to connect the technical workloads coming from artificial intelligence and all these computing endeavors to the business objectives, right? Executives would ask, what's in it for us? How will that impact our company, our processes and products more directly? That is the lack of understanding part. And because you lack the understanding, companies will not support, right? Why would I spend millions of pesos all the way to millions of dollars if the return on investment is not very clear, right? And there are those companies naman, small enterprises that know how AI can help them compete in this fourth industrial revolution, but they lack the resources because data scientists are expensive. You already know that. Not only are the data scientists expensive, but the equipment can also be expensive. Of course, there's cloud computing technology, which is a bit cheaper, but still that's expensive for most small and medium enterprises. Aside from these, there's also the lack of a data strategy. Now, the data strategy is more from the perspective of the enterprises. It's essentially linking or building that bridge between the technological investment to the strategic imperatives of the organization. Meaning, what does the organization want to happen, right, for their company? Is it becoming profitable? Is it increasing the market share? If that is the case, how can analytics help them achieve that? So that's all about data strategy. Finally, what we noticed was that regardless of how large the company is, regardless of the reputation of the organization, all of them are looking for artificial intelligence engineer, ML engineer, and data scientists, right? So let's go back to my question. Why was there a gap, right? A gap wherein companies get disillusioned. They invest money, but they're not reaping the returns. I'm going to share some insights we've discussed with various multinational companies in the Philippines and also in the ASEAN region. Not all of these companies, of course, but some of them we've talked to. And we discussed with one of the most innovative multinational companies in the world. When we gave a talk to them, it was a 2-day workshop, I remember. Their CIO approached me and my colleague Chris Monterola, and then he said, you know what, Erica and Chris, we have a lead data scientist. He's really a brilliant scientist, like super, super geek and nerdy. However, he's not bringing value to the company, right? The scientist, the computer scientist, data scientist who's very skilled at the technical aspect was not bringing value to the company. And the company asked, what are we doing wrong? The problem here is that the company is a traditional business, not really a digital native. So you need to have to explain to them how analytics and data can truly help their organization. And this was the answer. Because many of us, especially those in academia, the science graduates and the scientists, we don't know how to speak the language outside of our community. Meaning we are not capable of talking to businessmen, to C-level executives, to truly understand what is meaningful for them, what is impactful for them. Okay? Because at the end of the day, if you really want to have a large collaboration with multiple stakeholders, we will realize that it's not just about the data, it's not just about our models, but really for the whole world outside of academia to make use of all of the things that we are producing, we have to understand that insight is the new currency. We should be able to answer the so what question. Sometimes we create these models, very complex, very advanced. We can publish it in conferences. We can even present it in conferences. But then you present it to the board or to decision makers or even policy makers, and they'll get back to you and ask, so what? What does this mean for the business? What does this mean for the country, right? And this is the idea behind the design of the MS in Data Science program at AIM. Really the anchoring on industry, society, and academia, because the field of data science is a very applied field. Meaning it's not just stuck inside academia. Many people will use it, many organizations will use it. Unfortunately, not everyone are technically capable to understand what it is. And this is why us experts should also know how to explain it to others. I am part of the Aboitiz School of Innovation, Tech, and Entrepreneurship. It has 4 degree programs and then 1 research laboratory. The Master in Entrepreneurship, Master of Science in Innovation and Business, and MSDS, and also PhD in Data Science. We are in a business school, so we're very much grounded on the domain. So you can see here this Venn diagram. Data science is really the combination of machine learning, essentially, and the domain application. So it's very critical that we can also speak the language of our collaborators, right? If you're not familiar yet with Access Lab, the one here in yellow, we actually house the fastest supercomputer in the Philippines and arguably one of the fastest in ASEAN region. It was a donation from Acer, right? Access Lab houses full-time data scientists as well. And let me share with you some of the projects that we actually worked on while in the Access Lab and MSDS. First, I'm gonna share with you some of the critical entities. So you have the stakeholders, the non-technical people, then we have the laboratory that houses full-time data scientists, then we have the MSDS program that has about 60 MS students every year. So what we do is we engage with the stakeholders 2 ways. The first way is through Access Lab. Access Lab is a full-time, again, it's a corporate laboratory that does consulting. But I think what's more interesting here for academia is this MSDS Act, this second engagement, access and stakeholder. Because the idea here, instead of us professors giving our students research topics to work on, what we do is we let the industry, the stakeholders, define the research topic, and then we, data scientists and data science students, get to solve it. So that's a very different way of looking at theses, right? Usually it's the professor that defines your problem, but this time it's very different. And the process is quite rigorous for our students, because first, there will be a call for use cases from the companies. Then there will be a review and scoping. Is this a very difficult topic? Is this something that we can actually solve? We have to answer that question, because if it's not solvable and you give it to a student, if the student won't be able to answer, then he won't be able to graduate. So we have to make sure that it's very solvable, although the solution is not yet clear. As a scientist, you would know if it's solvable or not. Then presentation of use cases, and then the students will submit their own proposals, right, on how to solve the problem. And once the stakeholders are happy with your machine learning solution or your data science solution, then you will be awarded the project. But what I really wanted to show you here is that there is a large demand for computer scientists, for data scientists who can solve real-world problems from organizations and enterprises. For example, in 2020 alone, we received a total of 28 industry-driven projects, okay? But we only had 60 students, approximately. So we were only able to choose 15 out of the 28 to work on. Examples would be this recommender system, or using data science and found data to actually explain and predict the GDP of different countries, right? This is work done with ADB. And the other one is on healthcare, predicting length of stay and bed utilization. So there is a lot of projects out there. If we only know how to speak the language of the stakeholders, then we can have more and more projects with them. In fact, in the last 3 years, we received a total of 50, even more than 50 scoping activities with the industry and also government agencies. But of those, we were able to close around 39 data science AI R&D projects with our students. So when they graduate, they get to call themselves as data science consultants only because they were truly able to work on an AI R&D project. So these are the different sectors that we work with. MNC stands for multinational company. Okay, and BPO and academia. And these are the topics, like what I said earlier at the start, right? It cuts across industries, meaning you can see energy, education, economics. So it depends on your interest. If you know how to speak their language, then you can empower yourselves and the organization on how to use data science to help them achieve their, help them improve their processes and also their products. So what is the process that we go through? It's actually very similar, right, to the scientific method. Ask the question, or these are the use cases, then check if you have the data to solve it, and then perform exploratory data analysis, formal modeling. This is where all of your ML, your statistical and mathematical models would come in, even agent-based models, right? And then results and interpretation, then communicating these results all the way to the decision-making process. This is the whole pipeline. And then after that, you still have ML ops, right? And I'm going to share with you very briefly some of the projects that we covered. AI in agriculture. This was with the multinational companies. Our students and our scientists at Access Lab were able to reduce the cost by 100 million pesos because they were able to properly predict the demand and sales for these products. So they were able to avoid spoilage. This is another project with a Fortune 500 company. This is with manufacturing industry, predictive maintenance. Here you are predicting when a particular machine would break down. I think everybody's very familiar with this. It's just different when you start working with an actual manufacturing organization. And the students were able to develop this system that allowed the company to save about 75 million pesos per annum for 10 products. Note that this is a Fortune 500 company, so they have more than a handful of products where these particular devices are used. So this could in fact translate to over $1 million of savings. You can now see how AI can truly impact organization. We are also using artificial intelligence with government. This is a project with the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, okay? And the idea here is they're looking at documents over and over again, look for patterns, pattern breaking phenomenon. And we know, right, that this is routine driven, this is pattern recognition, so we can use artificial intelligence. And true enough, our students who actually employees of BSP they were able to reduce the processing time by 99% using deep learning technologies in this particular project, right? There's a lot more, but I'm gonna skip those because I just want to focus on the emphasis of the return of investment. This is from three different 10 million, 40 million, 28 million different batches of MS in data science cohorts and the projects that we did. And these were the return of investment for each of the companies that we work with. It's really, really huge, right? But then the problem, and this is, I hope you all will get excited, the Philippines still lacks R&D culture, meaning many of our companies still do not understand what research and development really is, right? And there are a lot of project risks, right? Because you'll be spending dollars and sometimes you won't be able to reach a solution or you will not have results. That can happen. Scoping activities can be very tiresome. It's a lot of back and forth with organizations. And of course, we lack mentors in the country who are practitioners, mentors who have actually worked with industry people and government people. And this is why the second part of this talk, this is going to be quick. We have the National AI Roadmap. Because it's not only the companies that see data science and AI as a strategic capability. Now more than ever, governments around the world see AI as a nation-defining capability. Again, this is very exciting for all of us data people because it means more jobs, right? More opportunities. Okay. In fact, this research from Kearney and EDBI said that AI could actually give an uplift to the Philippine GDP by 92 billion US dollar. I think this was by 2030. Okay, let me just check that later. But that is going to be the impact of AI. That's why they're going to look for a lot of AI and ML engineers. So this is the structure of the National AI Roadmap. I'm not going to go into details of it because you can read about it on the interwebs with the DTI. But it essentially has two particular pillars, and the pillars will have the strategic dimensions and then all the way to the strategic tasks, meaning what are the departments and the cabinets going to do to make this a reality. But the objectives, this is, I think, worth sharing, is we want to maintain the regional and global competitiveness of our local industries. Because if our companies will not pivot towards becoming data-driven, towards digital, right, we are going to be left behind by our neighbors, right? Because they will all be learning digital, learning data science, and they will start to compete on analytics. So these are just one of the objectives. We also want to attract the biggest industries to come to the Philippines because they recognize that we have the capability to do AI research, right? And part of the roadmap is also to prepare the future workforce, all of us here, for the jobs of the future, which is essentially mostly tech-driven. Okay, so this is how the structure looks like. Like what I mentioned earlier, there will be two pillars, the implementation pillar and then the innovation pillar. And with that, you have the strategic dimensions, which is digitization and infrastructure. It's really building all of these towers, workforce development, regulation, AI ethics, right? Data privacy, and research and development. And under the dimensions, you also have the strategic imperatives, like what is really our goal right? If we're gonna embrace AI, what is our goal? So these are I think these are 7 of the strategic imperatives we have, and each of the imperatives will have the different tasks that we are to do. There are 42 of them, but we're just going to focus on one specific that's, I think, something would excite many of us here, which is the building of the National Center for AI Research. The goal there is just to have full-time geeks inside this center, just doing research. Could be academic research, but could also be research that can help industries innovate and compete in analytics. So the structure will look something like this. So you have there the National Data Center, the National Research Cloud, and also your research scientists and research engineers working with industry, government, and also academia. The model is not new. In fact, if you look at Fraunhofer in Germany, A-Star in Singapore, you have CISRO in Australia. So they have their own industry-driven researchers. So here, they don't have to teach, they don't have to check papers. For those of you in the academia, they just get to do research full-time and they get paid to do research. These are just some of the different verticals that we are proposing in the National AI Roadmap for the National Center for AI Research. This is not yet set into stone, but the fields would be agri-tech and aquaculture, transportation and urban science, all the way to resilience technologies. And of course, the National AI Roadmap was something that's inspired by a lot of our academics, entrepreneurs, and also government people, including all of the other agencies in the Philippines, DOST, DTI, DOF, right? All of these organizations that you're seeing here. And we also have the support of the different enterprises, because again, they're now seeing AI as a capability for them to compete globally, if not regionally. This is a tentative list. We have more. And yeah, I guess my time is up. So I'm just gonna end here and looking forward to the panel discussion. Magandang umaga sa lahat ulit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Erica, for the talk on the application of AI as a nation-defining capability.
To answer any question or share comments and appreciation from our audience, let us again invite our plenary speaker, Dr. Lau B. Teng, Dr. Cardi Tecnomo, and Dr. Erica File Legara for a roundtable discussion. Our chat box is officially open. Kindly type your question or comments in the chat box.
So we'd like to invite all of our panel speakers to turn on their video. Thank you, Dr. Erica.
Thank you.
Yes, we would like to thank and acknowledge also our speakers. And we would like to ask our participants if there are any questions that you would like to ask. Our chat box is now open.
It was a very interesting morning for everyone. We could see cohesion on all of the topics discussed, from the challenges of the pandemic to implementing IFNML on research, and also including the industry needs that we need to address. So actually, it becomes a holistic approach to our fellow researchers, academicians, and industry practitioners. And so we'd like to invite again everybody to type in their questions in the meeting chat box so we could read them. Dr. Seng, thank you very much for your talk on being aggressiveness of technology in our daily lives, from aviation to dining, and also posing threats of these toys. We didn't realize that there are several toys that maybe might not be being tested on quality control and um, ethical values of our researchers, and ethical values also of designing systems, especially for children. No? That's also one of the um, enlightening ideas that we heard from Dr. Seng.
Yes, indeed. And also from Dr. Cardi, the discussion was very technical regarding the information flow network. And that actually with the discussion also include about machine learning. And that's really a good insights and additional learning for all our viewers.
Dr. Cardi, where can we find the data sets that you use for IFN?
Oh, that is from the textbook. I think any
All right.
textbooks of data science usually include those things.
Okay. Thank you.
Then we
Okay,
also
a lot.
heard from Ma'am Erica regarding the roadmap of AI in the Philippines. I
That's
think
right.
that's a good opportunity for our country. And let's see if there are questions regarding that.
Okay, we're very excited for the Center for AI Research, no, NCAR for the Philippines, and we hope to become part of it as well. All of our AI practitioners in the academic industry. I agree that we lack that research culture in our academicians. No, normally we just do research with thesis and capstone, but we don't really have, in other schools, in other universities, we don't have so much opportunity of having a full-time faculty researchers without teaching. So that's one of the things that we'd like to look forward to. And also, a lot of our attendees who are undergraduate and graduate students are able, I think they're able to get topics from technologies that we can do on social media, visitor mapping systems, social distancing mapping, quarantine systems, contact tracing, and so on. So very a lot of opportunities on artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. So
Yes.
again, let me check if there are already
Yes, we have
questions
here
in our
a
meeting chat.
question. Yes, let me just read the question. This is for Doc Erica. In your personal opinion, how long in terms of years would you think it would take for the Philippines to reach the level of AI research and innovation of neighboring countries such as Japan? This
Uh,
question is from Joseph Imperial.
That's a very good question. I think it depends on the support that we'll get from government, because honestly, individual researches, we can already be at par. Okay, I'm sure Malaysia is also the same. Indonesia is also the same. Just by looking at individual research topics, there are certain topics where can we be at par, even better than other institutions outside of the region or outside of our countries. Um, but for example, at AIM, just to excite everyone, we've had this project with a multinational company. They're based. It's a manufacturing industry. It's really huge. They have their own data scientists in the U.S. And they said that some of our graduates who got to work on their projects and also who joined their company after they graduated are doing super well and extremely well, to the point that they're being migrated to the US to help the team there. So individually, I think you're all brilliant. And if only given the opportunity and exposure by our industry and also government, we can definitely catch up. And I am very confident that if we are true to the AI roadmap and the Philippine Innovation Act, maybe 5 years, 10 years time, that's already being very conservative. Because I've seen the work of like Pros Naval, for example. We
Yeah.
can really and truly compete, and we can have a niche: agriculture, fisheries, right? There's a lot of data there and a lot of potential AI applications there. Yeah, I hope I answered the question, Mami Death and Sir Mark.
Thank you, thank you. That's very promising, the conservative assumption of 10 years, and especially we need that government support. I think we have another question from Rosel in meeting chat. Mark, could you read it for us, please?
Yes. Okay. This is a question from Roselle Salazar. So thank you to all our esteemed speakers for a very informative task. My question goes to Dr. Erica. As an academician, I am interested to know how we are doing right now in the higher education in terms of approaching the AI track, and what can we do from the academe to reach the goal?
Oh, unfortunately, it doesn't look good. Only spots like the top universities are doing well. But then when you look at the provinces, when you look at outside of Metro Manila or Metro Cebu or even Metro Davao, we are not there yet. But I think it's not so much on AI. If I may, we have to beef up our core, the mathematics, the quality of math, right? The quality of statistics that's being taught in not even higher education, in the secondary level, because that builds up. And we really lack competent mentors and teachers who are also upgraded or updated with this new field of analytics and artificial intelligence. But what I can tell you is that talks are now starting to happen, meaning we have recognized that this is a problem and this is something that we have to solve. And it's part of the national AI roadmap as well, with DepEd and also CHED. So we do have some universities, for example, UP Diliman, very strong in this particular field. I know that De La Salle University is also strong, and Mapua as well. But other than those, the country is big. I think we still need to really catch up. I'm sorry, I don't have any good news to share with you, except that we are now acknowledging that this is a challenge and a problem that we have to work on soon.
Soon and soonest. And thank you for sharing that with us. We, because of our archipelago, there is diverse topics on agriculture, fishery, marine life, and so we hope that we could get more topics on that as well.
May I ask a question to Dr. Tang?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Go ahead.
Dr. Tang, I actually liked your presentation. I'm just wondering, what are the efforts right now of your government in terms of AI ethics and data privacy? So what are the efforts that are being done? Do you have a committee that's focused on this one? What is the role of academia, for example, in really pushing for an AI ecosystem that's safe for everyone without stifling innovation?
Right.
Well, in Malaysia, as far as I am involved, we do not have an ethic committee on the AI solutions. So the one that I mentioned is Z Inspection, is European organization alliance that I joined as member to review those applications. Whereby currently I think we are looking at AI, big data, and data science is everywhere in our government grants opening. So if you touch on any of this topic, you easily can hit the grant success, grant application success. So it's everywhere in all the government national grants. Whereby in Malaysia we have quite a lot of industries. Okay, they are branch either branch campus or branch companies from overseas, especially like the semiconductor side. So basically, they do have their own AI team, okay, from their mother country or their HQ. So hereby we have engineers level working on the processes and also the development, but not towards maneuvering the whole plan or maybe the blueprint of the operation. But
Right.
government-wise, yes, everywhere we talk about AI. And in Sarawak, where I stay, our state actually focus on digital economy. So when we talk about digital economy, big data comes in, and AI also comes in. So agriculture is actually a major activity in Sarawak, other than the oil and gas industry. So because of Sarawak state, the Borneo Island side, we have quite a number of company like Shell, who are here, or ExxonMobil, who is here to do the oil and gas industry. So basically, digital economy is what we are pushing forward now, and AI become an enabler. But then the ultimate outcome is we want to succeed in the digital economy, transforming our community to to a next level of income. As you know, we are still in a developing country for Malaysia, although we are labeled as the upper level, but we are still in that category. Unfortunately, this actually limit us in terms of having a lot of waiver and benefits. When they say us, like you're a developing country, you're not developed yet, but then you're upper level, so this is not applicable to you. I'm not sure about Philippines and Indonesia, so we actually miss a lot of benefits or even opportunities that they give to developing countries. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Seng. Thank you, Dr. Cardi and Dr. Legara. Are there still questions in the chat box? That's where we're going at, digital economy. But again, we have to be careful and check the safeguards that we have, because there are still, of course, a lot of perpetrators, security threats, privacy, things like that. So having an AI committee, an ethical committee, an ethics committee on application development on any area in computing is an important, as said by Dr. Erica.
May I ask as well a question to Dr.
Go ahead.
Nomo? Doc Cardi, my field is also in graph theory and network science. So I was just looking at your work, and my curiosity is on the network structure. How does the dynamics of the systems that you study change from one network structure to another? In particular, if you look at the degree distribution of the connectivity, right? Because typically you may assume a regular network, but it goes all the way to random and then to a scale-free network, wherein the distribution of degree of the nodes is of a power law distributed. Maybe any insights on how this can impact maybe targeted attacks on your system or just random failures in your network system? Because these are one of the things that we study, like how do you design the network structure, right? Especially when you
Yeah, thank you, Erika. So IFN is basically just a strongly connected network with flow is preserved. But in 2015, 2014 to 15, I have done this random network of Metro Manila actually. Okay, if we have possibility of random attack, and also possibility of earthquake,
right.
possibility of that. So we check whether it is possible to have certain nodes, okay? And that actually a very high possibility that if we deleted this node just based on random attack, okay, then what will be the most impactful? So
Correct.
Yeah. So we use actually Google So we have a node value. Okay.
The eigenvector, I think that's the page rank.
That
Centrality.
page rank, that's correct.
Yeah.
So we use the page rank, okay, and we get the value of the nodes. And then we also get the possibility of the flow inside. So of course, the highest of this will have the highest impact.
Nice.
And surprising result happened because why it's clearly near the location is actually near the airport, for example, or military base. It was published in about 2016.
Yeah. Because Dr. Technomo, if I may, one of the biggest problems right now, at least an open problem still, is really identifying the structure of the network in the real world, right? We're not sure because when you talk about eigenvalue centrality and all these page rank ways to compute for the centrality, if you don't know the information of your whole network, which are usually super huge, search is one of the big problems, right?
Correct.
So, yeah, I just thought that I should comment on that one because the work that's exciting for me. Thank you for that, Dr. Technomo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Technomo, Dr. Legara, and Dr. Seng. I think we don't have any more questions, but our forum is still open and our participants, delegates can connect with all of the ICOR presenters and keynote speakers, and we can send in their questions if you still have questions in our forum. So we'd like to award our esteemed speakers. Mark?
Yes. Next is that we're going to award the certificate of appreciation to our plenary speakers.
All right, so we'll award them in the after the afternoon session, after the plenary, the poster presentations, and for day one's closing event. So now we'll pause for our lunch break for everybody. I know that everybody um, have a jam-packed morning, and we will resume with the program after this 3-minute pause.
Again, we want to acknowledge the partner universities for making this conference possible. National University Manila and the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University. And of course, this conference would not be possible without our sponsors. We would like to thank our sponsors, Accenture, Trend Micro, Globe Business, Philippine Computer Society, Microsoft Philippines.
At this part of the conference, may we call on Dr. Alvin Malikdem to present the accepted posters for presentation. Dr. Alvin?
Thank you very much, Dr. Midet and Dr. Christian. Now may I present to you the poster presentations for this year's ICOR 2021. The study entitled Fake Delivery Bookings in Context-Aware Food Delivery Systems, a Literature and Mobile Apps Review by Rosel Salazar Solitario from University of Technology and Applied Sciences, IBRI, Oman.
Hi everyone, my name is Rosel Salazar Solitario, and I am a DIT candidate at the Technological Institute of the Philippines, Manila campus. I am currently working on distributed systems for ubiquitous computing. So I started with this study to investigate on the current state of food delivery mobile apps in the Philippines. With the context-aware features available in internet-capable mobile phones, how could fake delivery bookings still exist? Allow me to share my poster with you. In this study, I reviewed selected literatures and food delivery mobile apps to see the reasons for the surge of fake delivery bookings in the country despite the context-aware features of mobile phones. The goal is to determine what is lacking, either in the architecture or in the process, why these fake bookings remain unchecked, and to see what possible solution can be recommended to solve this social issue. This study recognizes that the government bodies have started promulgating laws to control the issue. But as it is beyond the scope of this study, this paper proposes a technological solution, that is, to extend the use of context-aware features of mobile phones to map the calling customer's location to the delivery address using the available features of internet-capable mobile phones. To know more about this study, please refer to the poster. Thank you.
Now, the study entitled Development of E-Commerce Platform for Agribusiness Company by Princess Dimla, James Luis de las Salas, and Joverson Alfaro from NU Laguna.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Before we proceed with the main agenda of this video, may I ask all of you, is there anyone here who have been interested amazing that even if we do not put too much attention onto it, it still plays a significant role not just in economy, but also in our daily living. So let me first introduce myself. I am Princess Dimla, and I am with Joverson Alfaro and James de las Salas. We are 4th year BS Information System Laguna. We've worked with Mr. Marlon Deloy for more than 3 years of analyzing business processes and organizational problems as it is inclined with our chosen program. As we open our eyes with the issues in our community, we observe that agriculture and agribusiness are least prioritized. This opens an opportunity for us to apply the learnings we obtain by identifying business challenges, organizational problems, and provide solution into it through our research. Our research focuses on a specific business organization that offers agricultural products, which includes plant stimulants and animal supplements. With little to no information about the nature of the product and the problems encountered with the existing system, the researchers came up with an idea of developing an e-commerce platform that will help the organization in providing product awareness, digital marketing, and will ensure the credibility of the product as the system is intended for business operation. That would be all. Thank you and stay safe.
This paper is entitled NU Pro, a mobile and web framework for athlete profiling and training load monitoring by Christine Joy Alcazar, Juvil Batalla, John Michael Magadia, Winter Byron Pangilinan, Mary Janine Figuera, and Jason Raymond Bermudez from NU Manila.
Do you play any sports? Did you know that participating in sports may help your brain grow and improve? It improves attention, memory, creativity, and problem-solving abilities by increasing blood flow to the brain and assisting the body in building more connection between neurons.
We are a group of fourth-year students from National University, Manila. The team became interested in-depth challenges faced by athletes, given how much the world has changed. We're in the middle of a global pandemic in which transformation of lifestyle we used to live is totally different nowadays. We can see how technology is helping us to cope up with this new normal, that even athletes are being trained in different settings and approach. Athletes spend hours planning for competition and they train hard. Let's face it, as an athlete, we try to train at home. It's not easy, and it's frustrating doing it alone because we don't have the skills to monitor our progress. Sometimes, fatigue accumulates, and recovering from it is quite challenging. That it takes a lot of discipline and proper care. This is where we became exhausted, then we get injured, and cannot perform at our full potential. However, research showed that most injuries affecting competitive athletes are not just bad luck. They can be predicted and prevented. These past few months, we created and developed a mobile and web application for athletes that assists coaches in supervising and assessing the performance of the athletes.
The team can examine for potential consequences that might kill or stop an athlete's career. An injury is one of the most serious outcomes that may occur during home training. Certain injuries cause players to impair their careers, known as ACLs. So the question we need to know is how will we avoid injuries during home training, and how can the combination of both monitoring and proper evaluation of training load will be an effective way to prevent these issues to happen. Strategically, it helps athletes to properly determine the necessary training phase for them. An accurate and an organized tool where athletes can easily adjust in various training intensity to ensure an improved performance every time they will compete. Therefore, we built NU Pro that helps improve performance while preventing overtraining and injuries. Users can let NU Pro do the work for them. With the NU Pro latest flexible training, simplified profiling, and accurate monitoring, he can now be able to check his training schedule and the training assignments he needs to perform. Simple and precise to make you always on top of your training program in just a few clicks. Given that you have access to internet, you can then instantly improve athletes' training and recovery programs. Implementing quality athlete monitoring and injury prevention can be both easy and affordable. With any pro, training makes it easy.
Another study from National University Manila, NU Care, a framework for mobile and web applications for online consultation in one university in Manila, by Kurt Daniel Antonio, Shelly Camilancheta, Claire Francisco, Simon Julian Soria, and Annalisa Katakutan Bangit.
Telemedicine is a term that originated in the 1970s, which means healing at a distance. Telemedicine helps provide more productive and patient-focused medical services to enhance patient outcomes by expanding access to healthcare and medical information. My name is Shelly Camille S. Ancheta, a fourth-year BSIT student with specialization in mobile and web application at the National University Manila.
My name is Kurt Daniel Antonio. I'm also a fourth-year BSIT student with specialization in mobile and web application at the National University Manila.
My name is Claire Francisco. I am fourth-year BSIT student with specialization of mobile and web application in National University, Manila.
My name is Simone Julian T. Soria. I'm a fourth-year BSIT student specialized in mobile and web application in National University, Manila. Some universities in the Philippines have authorized medical center facilities. Still, most universities do not have health services they offer to their college students. However, the services offered by the HEI are only limited, and it is significantly different from the services offered by the medical clinics and hospitals. In due course, the researchers present a framework to enhance the university's concept of consulting virtually between the doctor and the patient through text, audio, and video consultation.
In this proposed framework, patients can log in using their university account only. This is to ensure that only the students and employees of that certain university can have the access to consult with the doctors. They can book an appointment with Microsoft Bookings and consult via chat, audio, or video call using either mobile or web application. The whole online consultation process can also be recorded and saved if the patient gives the permission to do so. The proposed framework will also cater issuing and submitting of laboratory requests and referral from the doctor. Medical certificates can also be issued.
Not every university has this application wherein the school community will have access to the clinic's doctors because there are no face-to-face classes yet. But once this proposed framework is integrated, students and employees can consult with the two doctors of the university for free using the EduCare app. They will no longer have to spend money to consult with the other doctors outside of the campus.
To sum up, teleconsultation applications are critical, especially nowadays that we are currently experiencing a pandemic. Staying at home is a must, but consulting about a person's health condition is essential. So teleconsultation applications will be the key to solving this problem. They can still access the quality care of the healthcare providers even if they are just staying at home. With this, they can protect themselves against being infected with the virus while monitoring their health by consulting with the university clinic's doctor online. Prioritizing everyone's health is very important in these trying times.
To know more information about the paper, please check our poster. Thank you for listening and have a great day.
This paper is entitled Cheerbot, a customer service AI chatbot for Phone Pangasinan by Filian Janine Marcelino, Joshua Piolo Ocampo, Mayume Escubio, and Melinda Beninsig from the University of the Cordilleras.
Cheerbot. Is it a partner of business economies that will efficiently improve customer service? Hi, my name is Filian Janine G. Marcelino. I am a computer science graduate of the University of the Cordilleras. Me and my co-authors Mayumi Escubio and Piolo Ocampo conducted research on AI business chatbots with the guide of Melinda A. Beninsig. Our goal was to design and build an AI chatbot for customers and employees in order to improve customer service. Our everyday life and the digital world are becoming more and more intertwined. We're slowly growing accustomed to innovations such as robotics and artificial intelligence. A relatively new kid on the block is the chatbot, which can be seen and used as a connecting partner between our real and digital life. A chatbot is a computer program designed to simulate conversation with human users. It answers questions and provides services. Therefore, chatbots can be of great help in the business process. So, the question we need to know is, what is the extent of usability of the AI chatbot application called Cheerbot in Phone Pangasinan using the retrieval-based model architecture? The answer can be found in our poster paper. Thank you so much for listening, and we hope to share more information about AI chatbots.
Another paper entitled L Service U, an Android mobile application for errand services by Irene de Guzman, Alan Dari Lancheta, Johnny Cazazain Catbagan, and Jap Pulido. Manny R. Hortizuela from Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Mid-La Union Campus.
During this COVID-19 pandemic, have you experienced not able to go out to buy some basic goods? Having a hard time running your errand? No income? No vehicle available in your area? Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University Mid-La Union Campus have developed a mobile application that will meet your needs. An application that will help both busy people and people who needs extra income or regular income. I am Irene de Guzman, together with my group mates Alan Darrell Ancheta, Jap D. Pulido, Janica Susain Catbagan, and our mentor Manny Rimurin Hortizuela, we developed the El Servicio as startup for an errand services. Startup includes high risk of failure. However, it provides great opportunity to learn and innovate something. El Servicio is an application that allows users to hire a personal errand runner, hail or book a ride, book for a delivery services, and ask for services such as laundry, gardening, massage, and many other services. We developed a business model canvas, minimum viable product and validated it by interviewing some of the people of City of San Fernando, La Union. We found out that the idea is viable, and this encouraged us to develop a program using extreme programming model. El-Service will benefit both errand service providers, vehicle owners, skilled workers, people in the community, as well as the local businesses. Since this is a startup, we will be charging commissions to every successful services provided to the customers.
And last but not the least, a paper entitled Noise Filtering Mobile Application for Speech Enhancement Using a Redundant Convolutional Encoder Decoder by Gabriel Abelino San Pedro, Ryan Gale Kim, Johanna Hayanti Arwan, Jaemin Lee, and Dong Song Kim from National University Manila and Kumo National Institute of Technology, South Korea.
Hearing aids in general make life better for people with mild and severe hearing loss. It is effective in helping people hear better by amplifying sounds. However, it's not able to filter background noise from relevant sounds, therefore worsening hearing impairment in the long run. Good day, everyone. I'm Rian Gil Kim, a researcher at Philippine Coding Camp and a strong advocate of educational technology or EdTech industry in the Philippines. I am currently researching areas related to machine learning and technological education. In our study, we aim to improve the speech enhancement system of hearing aids using machine learning. We propose a mobile application-based real-time system that can filter noise from sounds using redundant convolutional encoder-decoder mechanism or RCED algorithm. As a result, we hope to enhance the speech enhancement feature in hearing aids to further support the needs of people with hearing impairment.
All posters can be viewed in the exhibit hall of the conference forum at i-42021.boards.net. You may discuss with the authors your inquiries and appreciation of topics presented today. Also, our board will allow you to network with and collaborate with other delegates or participants and conference speakers. We also have an award for the most engaged participants, so please don't forget to join our conference forum.
We will have a 30 minutes break and return at 1:30 in the afternoon for the first industry workshop and awarding of the best papers. Meanwhile, let us visit a few destinations in the Philippines.
Giving me hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way, and only you can bring out all the best I can do. tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little eyes that stare at me and make me say I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you, it fills the emptiness in me. It changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me.
Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you.
I just woke up from the time of my life. It started with a major throwback. Then I got to meet the big shots. I found a sweet spot between cultures and hung out with the artsy crowd. I even picked up a few things along the way. After that, things kicked into overdrive. It started with a whirlwind through the streets. An unforgettable eats. A celebration of flavor in every bite. And an epic new party at every turn. The best thing about it here, the good times are never over.
I woke up to my own adventure book. Having no idea what was up next. Each page was different. Every chapter, a new surprise. All I could do was go along for the ride. Trust my gut and let the story unfold. Because here, the best travel plan is to make no plans. and just let life happen.
I woke up inside an artist's dream. Where the paintings dance with every brushstroke. And works of art span from floor to ceiling. I witness masters at their craft who transform even the ordinary into exceptional. Confections came in more colors than I could imagine. And a creative escape waited around every corner.
Today, I woke up in a historic playground where fun dates back to the 16th century. Things are pretty old school here. Really old school. We get our thrills in a giant sandbox and spend all day playing in the water, where adventures come by the hundreds. This is a place where time stands absolutely still. But we can never seem to. Today, I woke up at the edge of the world, where time can't reach. Tiny houses stand untouched by the present. Rolling hills drop off to whom knows. Customs are a little different here. Even the fashion is extraordinary. Every corner stands another wonder. Our own little world away from it all.
I woke up while nature was sound asleep, so I could marvel at its kingdom. I strolled through its lush gardens and saw every little wonder up close. Here, you can dance with giants, discover a feast for the eyes, and a feast for the appetite. Walls that hold heroes' stories told me of their bravery, while sacred places blessed my journey. I roamed places that stood the test of time, and others that were there since the beginning.
I just woke up in a non-stop action scene.
where we're always at the edge of our seats. Defying gravity one moment to communing with giants and getting lost in the lights the next. After feeling the heat, and I mean really feeling the heat, we finally regained our balance. And found our epic finale.
Once I woke up in a hidden place. Paradise unlike anything I had ever seen. And not the kind from fantasy, but one you could really sink your toes into. I walked beaches few had ever walked before, while the waves whispered their secrets. This place was my buried treasure. And even though I couldn't stay forever, the story of the islands never leaves me.
Today, I woke up below the surface, where I learned to face my fears and go with the flow. But it's when I came to appreciate the big and the small. Made new friends from all over, and could no longer hide my true colors. That I knew I'd emerged a local.
Makalibay, no?
Every day, I wake up to a feast. Where I can sink my teeth into history. Or shock my taste buds with something new. It's here I learned the color of sweetness. Expanded my pantry and my appetite. Every next bite only leaves you hungry for more.
I woke up to worlds unknown. Where water is stronger than rock. So I learned to sit back and enjoy the ride. Get washed up on a deserted island. Explore the locals' living history. perhaps even find a hole in the wall. Or discover a whole new world to be on top of.
I wake up in a postcard every single day. Each corner a love letter straight from Cloud9. Scribbled reminders to soak up the sun. Everywhere's an invitation to come over. But it's the warmth I find nowhere else that makes me stay.
Today, I woke up where a bustling city sits in nature's splendor. Where a king stands proud and tall. You can really say, sky's the limit. And for every not too far off wonder, every feast to remember, or tranquil escape, it's always magical.
Today, I woke up on a wild ride. Right in the middle of a river. It takes me to some pretty unexpected drops. I rode a bunch of highs and lows. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Just when I thought it was over, there was another thrill waiting around the corner. And for however long I stay for the ride, it's always an adventure.
Every day, I wake up in a sea of green. A place where everything grows. Even dreams that weave themselves into our style and art. Here the land is rich and healthy. And always happy to give. The people here are connected to the land. And everywhere you look, it shows.
Today I woke up inside a kaleidoscope. surrounded by mesmerizing patterns and vibrant shades. Golden colors you can practically taste. An endless stretch of powdery pink sand. Rainbow vessels riding gentle waves. A Technicolor dream just bursting at the seams. With ever-changing hues and views. But no fail, always a whole lot of fun.
Sabik sa'yo. Sumagat sa gabi sa bawat minutong lumilipas. Hinahanap-hanap kita. Hinahanap-hanap kita. Sa isip at panaginip, bawat pagtihip ng tadhana. Hanap-hanapin ka. Hanap-hanapin ka. Sabik sa'yo.
At the heart of every great change is a great human. Come help us create value with businesses everywhere.
The cyber world is dictated by the same rules we follow in reality. What you must learn is how we uphold the good from those who wish to break the rules. Defense, offense, preservation. Skills you must learn, young ones, if you wish to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Welcome to Trend Micro, the art of good engineering. Here, we receive only those who have special talents. If they pass our training, only then will they be worthy to be called a trender. If your talent is defense, you have the power to spot danger before it happens. If your talent is offense, you have the power to destroy the wicked at the touch of your fingers. If your talent is preservation, with your discipline and focus, you will spot errors at the blink of an eye. Now, young ones, choose your destiny. Choose to do what is good. Choose Trend Micro. We're engineered to do good.
All the time, all day, all night. Is the time to learn something new. So take your learning to a whole new high. Cause Globe has got something for you. Affordable na ang connectivity. May accessible platforms pa. Safe learning environment. Talagang mapapanatag ka. Kaya go learn now with Globe. Go learn, go learn. Tuloy-tuloy ang learning. Go learn. Para sa lahat di mabibitin. Affordable, accessible, at safe na safe gamitin. Go learn. Tuloy-tuloy ang learning with Globe. Go learn. Tuloy-tuloy ang learning with Globe. Go learn.
If you did a good deed and no one was there to thank you, does it count? Yes, definitely yes. We are Trend Micro, a leader in IT security working in the background to protect over 500,000 companies worldwide. With teams that analyze and eliminate cybersecurity threats, ensure clean and safe channels to share ideas and information, and craft solutions to dangers before they even occur. We work hard so that everything you might take for granted every day goes exactly the way it should, without you even knowing it. We at Trend Micro do not seek praise or headlines. What we seek is a world safe for exchanging digital information. Our pride comes in challenging wrongdoing to bring out the best in ourselves and the best in each other, to make a positive impact in the world that adds value for years to come. We are engineered to do good, working in the background for a world we want to live in, a world without glitches, a world without errors, for ourselves and those we love.
Change. It happens when you least expect it, but also when you embrace it. At Accenture, we help the world's biggest brands thrive through change. Our people combine technology and creativity, expertise and experience, learning and collaboration, passion and purpose to make a difference for our clients, their customers, our company, and our communities. Behind every great change is a great human. Bring your skills, your curiosity, and your true self to your work every day. Let's do incredible things. Let's deliver on the promise of technology and human ingenuity.
hope, strength and will to keep on. No one else can make me feel this way, and only you can bring out all the best I can do. How to leave it turn the tide, made me feel real good on inside. Pushed me up, and I'm about to give up. You're on my side, but no one seems to listen. And if you go, you know the tears can't help but show. You know you've always had my heart. From now on we'll never part. It's your smile, your face, your lips that I miss. Those sweet little lies that stare at me and make me say I'm with you through all the way. 'Cause it's you that fills the emptiness in me, changes everything I see when I know I've got you with me.
Every day, the Philippines does more than wait. Putting together new adventures. And experiences for you to try. We're making our sites better for you to see. Cooking up new dishes for you to taste. And preparing cultural discoveries for you to feel. And we're not stopping. Because we know that you deserve more. We can't wait to welcome you.
I just woke up from the time of my life. It started with a major throwback. Then I got to meet the big shots. I found a sweet spot between cultures and hung out with the artsy crowd. I even picked up a few things along the way. After that, things kicked into overdrive. It started with a whirlwind through the streets. And unforgettable eats. A celebration of flavor in every bite. And an epic new party at every turn. The best thing about it here, the good times are never over.
I woke up to my own adventure book, having no idea what was up next. Each page was different. Every chapter, a new surprise. All I could do was go along for the ride. Trust my gut and let the story unfold. Because here, the best travel plan is to make no plans and just let life happen.
I woke up inside an artist's dream. Where the paintings dance with every brushstroke, and works of art span from floor to ceiling. I witness masters at their craft who transform even the ordinary into exceptional. Confections came in more colors than I could imagine. And a creative escape waited around every corner.
Today, I woke up in a historic playground where fun dates back to the 16th century. Things are pretty old school here. Really old school. We get our thrills in a giant sandbox and spend all day playing in the water, where adventures come by the hundreds. This is a place where time stands absolutely still. But we can never seem to. Today, I woke up at the edge of the world, where time can't reach. Tiny houses stand untouched by the present. Rolling hills drop off to who knows. Customs are a little different here. Even the fashion is extraordinary. Every corner stands another wonder. Our own little world away from it all.
I woke up while nature was sound asleep, so I could marvel at its kingdom. I strolled through its lush gardens and saw every little wonder up close. Here, you can dance with giants, discover a feast for the eyes, and a feast for the appetite. Walls that hold heroes' stories told me of their bravery, while sacred places blessed my journey. I roamed places that stood the test of time, and others that were there since the beginning.
I just woke up in a non-stop action scene where we're always at the edge of our seats, defying gravity one moment to communing with giants and getting lost in the lights the next. After feeling the heat, and I mean really feeling the heat, we finally regained our balance. And found our epic finale.
Once I woke up in a hidden place. Paradise unlike anything I had ever seen. And not the kind from fantasy, but one you could really sink your toes into. I walked beaches few had ever walked before, while the waves whispered their secrets. This place was my buried treasure. And even though I couldn't stay forever, the story of the islands never leaves me.
Today, I woke up below the surface, where I learned to face my fears and go with the flow. But it's when I came to appreciate the big and the small. Made new friends from all over, and could no longer hide my true colors, that I knew I'd emerged a local.
Every day, I wake up to a feast. Where I can sink my teeth into history. Or shock my taste buds with something new. It's here I learned the color of sweetness. Expanded my pantry and my appetite. Every next bite only leaves you hungry for more.
I woke up to worlds unknown. Where water is stronger than rock. So I learned to sit back and enjoy the ride. Get washed up on a deserted island. Explore the locals' living history. Perhaps even find a hole in the wall. Or discover a whole new world to be on top of.
I wake up in a postcard every single day. Each corner a love letter straight from Cloud9. Scribbled reminders to soak up the sun. Everywhere's an invitation to come over. But it's the warmth I find nowhere else that makes me stay.
Today, I woke up where a bustling city sits in nature's splendor. Where a king stands proud and tall. You can really say, sky's the limit. And for every not too far off wonder, every feast to remember, or tranquil escape, it's always magical.
Today, I woke up on a wild ride. Right in the middle of a river. It takes me to some pretty unexpected drops. I rode a bunch of highs and lows. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Just when I thought it was over, there was another thrill waiting around the corner. And for however long I stay for the ride, it's always an adventure.
Every day, I wake up in a sea of green. A place where everything grows. Even dreams that weave themselves into our style and art. Here the land is rich and healthy. And always happy to give. The people here are connected to the land. And everywhere you look, it shows.
Today I woke up inside a kaleidoscope. Surrounded by mesmerizing patterns and vibrant shades. Golden colors you can practically taste. An endless stretch of powdery pink sand. Rainbow vessels riding gentle waves. A technicolor dream just bursting at the seams. With ever-changing hues and views. But no fail, always a whole lot of fun.
Sabik sa'yo. Sumagat sa gabi sa bawat minutong lumilipas. Hinahanap-hanap kita. Hinahanap-hanap kita. Sa isip at panaginip, bawat pagtihid ng tadhana. Hanap-hanapin ka. Hanap-hanapin ka. Sabik sa'yo.
At the heart of every great change is a great human. Come help us create value with businesses everywhere.
The cyber world is dictated by the same rules we follow in reality. What you must learn is how we uphold the good from those who wish to break the rules. Defense offense, preservation. Skills you must learn, young ones, if you wish to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Welcome to Trend Micro, the art of good engineering. Here, we receive only those who have special talents. If they pass our training, only then will they be worthy to be called a trender. If your talent is defense, you have the power to spot danger before it happens. If your talent is offense, you have the power to destroy the wicked at the touch of your fingers. If your talent is preservation, with your discipline and focus, you will spot errors at the blink of an eye. Now, young ones, choose your destiny. Choose to do what is good. Choose Trend Micro. We're engineered to do good.
Something new. So take your learning to a whole new high, cause Globe has got something for you. Affordable na ang connectivity, may accessible platforms pa. Safe learning environment, talagang mapapanatag ka. Kaya go learn now with Globe. Go learn, go learn. Tuloy-tuloy ang learning. Go learn, para sa lahat di mabibitin. Affordable, accessible, at safe na safe gamitin. Go learn, tuloy-tuloy ang learning with Globe. Go learn, tuloy-tuloy ang learning with Globe. Go learn.
If you did a good deed and no one was there to thank you, does it count? Yes, definitely yes. We are Trend Micro, a leader in IT security working in the background to protect over 500,000 companies worldwide, with teams that analyze and eliminate cybersecurity threats, ensure clean and safe channels to share ideas and information, and craft solutions to dangers before they even occur. We work hard so that everything you might take for granted every day goes exactly the way it should, without you even knowing it. We at Trend Micro do not seek praise or headlines. What we seek is a world safe for exchanging digital information. Our pride comes in challenging wrongdoing to bring out the best in ourselves and the best in each other, to make a positive impact in the world that adds value for years to come. We are engineered to do good, working in the background for a world we want to live in, a world without glitches, a world without errors, for ourselves and those we love.
Change. It happens when you least expect it, but also when you embrace it. At Accenture, we help the world's biggest brands thrive through change. Our people combine technology and creativity, expertise and experience, learning and collaboration, passion and purpose to make a difference for our clients, their customers, our company, and our communities. Behind every great change is a great human. Bring your skills, your curiosity, and your true self to your work every day. Let's do incredible things. Let's deliver on the promise of technology and human ingenuity.
We will resume in a few minutes. Please relax, settle, and get ready for the afternoon session. Welcome back to our hosts, Dr. Midet Abisado and Dr. Mark Christian Leda.
Welcome back, dear participants. The afternoon session is dedicated for an industry thought.
Our industry speaker is a certified technology architecture specialist and innovation consultant in Accenture Technology Center in the Philippines. She is an expert in building applications and user experience design, marrying the technical and emphatic aspects of building the right products and services for the right people. She will discuss artificial intelligence and an understanding of the intricacies and implications of introducing AI to our modern lives.
Let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Aika Ranaika Basinilio, Application Development Team Lead, Senior Design Thinking Coach, and Technical Architect, Accenture Philippines.
Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon. I hope that you can see my screen. Okay,
Yes,
so first
we
of
can see
all,
your screen.
thank you very much. First of all, I would like to reintroduce myself. My name is Aika Basinilio from the Accenture Advanced Technology Centers in the Philippines, Manila Innovation Hub. I am currently a senior design thinking coach, a UX UI designer, a technology architect, and also an associate manager. So today there has been some changes in terms of our topic, but I will be sharing with you a topic very close to my heart, which is the what, who, why, and how of Internet of Things. So let us start first with the first question, the what. What is Internet of Things? It's such a buzzword nowadays. A lot of people normally uses it. If you go to YouTube, you go to an advertisement, you will normally hear the terms Internet of Things or smart devices, so on and so forth. But do they really know what it is? Even you, can you really define what Internet of Things is? And can you define it in a very easy way? So I normally do it or define it using these three terminologies, words, or phrases. Let's start with the first one. I use the term interconnected devices and network from different people, different places. The second one would be collection and transfer of data, very easy. And the third one, without human intervention. So combining all of these terminologies, these words together, you would be able to say that Internet of Things or IoT is the interconnectedness of devices and networks to collect and transfer data without human intervention. So now, I mean, next time, if someone asks you or if someone is wondering what IoT is, then you could pop these three terminologies or words to them. So they would be able to easily define it next time. So the next question, aside from the what is Internet of Things, we normally tie up the term IoT devices with smart devices. Even the entire concept of Internet of Things, we call it smart, right? But what makes it smart? So let me show you just the similarities and differences of us humans and also these smart devices. Okay, so for us humans, we have our sense of smell, our sense of touch, our taste, our hearing, and also seeing. And we call these our five senses. And on top of that, we would be able to use our brain to make sense of whatever data we get from our senses. Well, smart devices, they have something like this as well. So, for example, you can get the proximity. You can also get the acceleration, the humidity, the temperature, so on and so forth. And we use sensors. So there are a lot of sensors out there that these smart devices are making use of. So now you would be able to see, there are some similarities in terms of the five senses and the sensors of these smart devices. Well, for one, these sensors are actually a combination of our different senses. For example, for proximity, what do we normally do to identify the proximity of one item or you to another item? Well, we use our touch. We see if we can touch it already. We also use our eyes to see if it's near. We sometimes even use our nose to see if the smell is near. Therefore, we know that an object is near if we connect it to a certain smell. So we use proximity. How about for temperature? Once again, our touch, if it's cold, our seeing, if we would be able to see, let's say, horizon, if it's getting a little bit hot, or our eyes, if you can see snow, so on and so forth. So instead of using our five senses, it would take some time for us to identify what's currently happening. These sensors can do it in a small matter of seconds or even nanoseconds, right? So in here, we can see that us humans, we are already smart. Well, these sensors makes our IoT devices smart as well. So now that we know what IoT is and we know what makes it smart, then let's go to the next question. The why. Why should we use Internet of Things? Well, for starters, over 9 billion of these devices are currently connected to the internet as of now. And in the future, it is expected to rise to a whopping 20 billion. And can you imagine 20 billion devices? How many raw data could we get from that? And the beauty of Internet of Things, it could actually make use of these data. Okay? And with that in mind, we can say that Internet of Things is useful because more data means better decision, thus making IoT more useful. Okay? So how? Let's say, for example, that you are currently working on a project. Let's say you're creating a model for a machine learning. What's the first thing that you would do? You would come up with as many data as you can, because if you only use few sample sizes, you won't be able to test the accuracy, or you won't be able to test how it would fare well for different situations. Well, in here, IoT would be able to make use of these data to come up with informed decision without any supervision anymore, or as we said earlier, without human intervention. It would be able to come up with decision, because the more data we feed it, the more they would be able to come up with better decision, the more that we'd be able to come up with the better action for the current situation. The next one would be lighter workload with automation. If normally you do things from step 1, 2, 3, up to 10, or even 100, you would be able to automate it and make it just step 1, or just a single tap or single press of a button. Next one would be the ability to track and monitor things. It could be as small as monitoring your current heart rate. How many steps were you able to do today? How about your sleep, etc., etc., or even something much bigger. There's this story from the news that I was able to see before, and it's about a dad who went to a hiking. It's just a very small mountain. Okay. Unfortunately, the dad fell off the cliff. But guess what? He was rescued. And how? Well, he is wearing a wearable, a smartwatch, and it was able to notify his other devices, which coincidentally was being used by his sons and daughters. Therefore, they were able to call emergency for him, thus saving his life. Next, it increases efficiency by saving money and resources. You know the saying, time is money. If we would be able to shorten the amount of time coming up with an action or doing an action or getting information, then we would be able to make use of that time saved into other things, be more productive. So it's not just about saving money or resources, but saving time and also increasing our productivity as well. So combining the earlier reasons, the data, the lighter workload, ability to track and monitor, and also saving money and resources, it will result to a better quality of life. So see, we have a lot of good things or benefits from having or knowing Internet of Things. So now that we know that Internet of Things, they are actually useful and we know what it is, the next question would be, so how? How should we use Internet of Things? Well, there are five things that we need to take note of whenever we're using Internet of Things. Let's start with the first one. We have sensors. As I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of senses for these smart devices like proximity, etc. So our use case in here is a greenhouse. And the plants in here, they are very sensitive to their environment. Therefore, you really need to check their current environment and their current state. It might be related to the humidity, the temperature, the current color of the plants. You use a camera and the quality of soil, whether it has enough oxygen, whether it has enough CO2, etc., etc. The next one, you need to take note of the connectivity. How else are we going to get the raw data from the sensors to other devices and to process it without connectivity? Next one would be data processing. So now that we were able to get the raw data from the sensors, it will be moving it through our Wi-Fi connection, and we would be able to process it by then. And of course, after doing the data processing, we also need to have our user interface. Okay, because even if you process your data, especially if you're familiar with data with modeling, right, for machine learning, you won't be able to understand it unless you are an SME, a subject matter expert. So how would you make it so that the normal people would be able to know it without understanding the back end? Therefore, you need to have a user interface. Make it easier for them to feed the information from the data that you gathered from the sensors. Okay, and sometimes there is one extra step. We call it the actuators. So it might be you need to press a button in our user interface in the form of a dashboard, or it will automatically do it for you when it reaches a certain threshold. So for our use case, the greenhouse, let's say for example that this plant it needs to have a warmer environment, but the temperature is a little bit cold, changing it to a different color. So what it will do is to connect to the Wi-Fi. Of course, it is connected to the Wi-Fi. It's the bridge, and then it will do some processing of data in the back end, and it will show it in the user interface. And depending on your choice, it might have a threshold, and it will say, "Oh, it's too cold." And what should we do? It will turn on the actuator, which is in this case our light bulb. Okay. So see, that is how we could make use of Internet of Things. And it could even go to a bigger scale. This one is small scale. So let us watch a very quick video from Accenture Smart City project of from Fukushima Prefecture in Japan and how they were able to make use of IoT. So I will be sharing this video and let me know if you could hear the music.
Miss Aika, we don't have any audio on our end, so could you share the audio of the video? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let me just check how to do. Um, Let me reshare with an audio. Okay. Share. Okay. And let me restart. Oh.
We still don't have an audio, Miss Aika. Could we check if you check the checkbox that says share with sound?
Yes. Let me reshare it once again. Thank you. Okay. So let me know. Can you hear it?
Yes,
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's watch our quick video about Accenture Smart City project in Japan.
The Fukushima area was hit by an earthquake. It destroyed cities and people's lives. Many companies left Japan. However, Accenture Japan dared to enter Fukushima and launched a bold smart city project.
復興には新たな産業を作る必要がありました。
データに基づいて考える都市設計っていうのがこれからのキーワード。
We first established a data platform from various IoT devices to share with administrations, companies, and educational organizations. It transformed into a large-scale open innovation project for the whole area of Fukushima. For example, a citizens portal site using AI, training of data scientists, wearable devices in healthcare, delivery of medicine via drones, inbound promotion, and partnership with Amsterdam. We established a citizen-centric model with industries, universities, government, and citizens as one. As the result of 7 years of actions, people and companies have returned, and Fukushima has come back to life.
結果としてデータを扱う先端 ICT 企業が集まり出し、ICT ビルが必要になりました。
In April 2019, a new base was built with 250 members. These efforts were awarded by the country as an ideal smart city model. Now, this model is drawing nationwide attention, and we're planning to expand our service area.
We will continue to support Fukushima and Japan.
Okay, so there you were able to see how IoT was able to change the life of the citizen of Japan, specifically in Fukushima Prefecture. Okay, so now that we were able to know why it is useful and how we could use it, then let's ask the question who? Then who could use Internet of Things? Well, maybe you were able to get some ideas from the video, but let's make it very obvious. Internet of Things could be used by anyone. Well, provided that they are responsible enough to use IoT. And since we are talking about responsibility, then let us go on to the last question, the who. How can we be a responsible user of Internet of Things or IoT? So the first one, we need to change our passwords often, make them strong, and use MFAs or multi-factor authentication. And no matter how strong your passwords were, if you change them yearly or even longer than that, then you are very susceptible to hacking. You're very susceptible to getting your important information or even your IT devices compromised. Therefore, do not forget to make your password strong, to change it often, and also incorporate MFAs. Therefore, you won't just need to log in using your password, but also a PIN or even facial recognition on your phone. Next, keep your devices updated and patched. Okay, there are a lot of updates. Reason being, there are a lot of bugs, glitches, and they need to be fixed. And these companies, for the softwares or even the hardwares, they are releasing the updates and the patch. Therefore, you need to always make sure that you will be able to download those. So, other people won't be able to get a hold of your devices just because you missed a few updates. Third, invest in good security. It may be in a form of VPN, it may be in a form of anti-malware or antivirus, or it could be in a form of hardware locks. Okay, so if you're familiar with devices such as browser, so on and so forth, you know that they are very secure in terms of making sure that your data and your hardware is safe from the hackers. Part one, be wary of public connections. I know a lot of us, we are fans of coffee shops, and sometimes we do work there. We do send our files to our colleagues in there. And sometimes we cannot really make use of our internet connection, maybe because it's too slow or we don't even have a data in the first place. Therefore, we connect to the guest network, but please be wary of connecting to those. No matter how safe they say the connection is, it is not your network. You would be able to come in your devices without you even noticing because you gave them permission by connecting to their Wi Fi connection. And finally, unplug when not in use. This is not only to keep it secure, but also to make sure that we save our resources. Our IoT devices, sometimes it needs to be there daily, every minute, every second, especially for industries such as health, if you connect it to different equipments that really is needed to save a life. But if it's something that you won't really need, therefore, you can unplug it when not in use to save some resources, some money, and of course, to save up your time. So, today we were able to understand, to answer the question, the what is Internet of Things, what makes it smart, the why should we use Internet of Things, the who should use Internet of Things, and the how can we be a responsible user of IoT. This is just in an individual use case. So imagine if it's in a wider or bigger scale. Therefore, start very small. Educate yourself, educate your colleagues about the importance of Internet of Things and how and why they should also be responsible with their gadgets and data. So now that you know the answers to the four major questions, that is your time to spread the word, spread awareness, not only to your colleagues in here, but also to your friends and family. So we would be able to cope, be disciplined enough to be able to uh, incorporate Internet of Things to our lives. So that is it. My name once again is Aika Basinilio. It is such an honor to be invited to ICOR, and thank you.
Thank you, Aika, for that eye-opener talk on artificial intelligence. Don't you agree, Mark?
Indeed, it was. It was an enlightening to know how we integrate information, analyze data, and use the resulting insights to improve decision making. And already it is transforming every walk of life.
I know you want to share your appreciation to our speaker, or you have some questions. And so we encourage everyone to type in your questions in the meeting chat so we can read them now.
Hi, Aika. How are you? Good morning. Good afternoon. Because this is an international conference, so we're
Yes.
anytime around the world, anytime on Earth. Right. We're just waiting for the rest of our participants to type in their questions in the meeting chat. That was a very informative and insightful discussion on IoT, Internet of Things. And we also have Internet of Everything, right? Right, Mark?
Yes, we do have. And really, it's an informative one that you have provided some of the applications of Internet of a Thing, most especially into different areas. So we can actually see that in, in the security of using the different clothes that we have for everyday gadgets that we have. That's really a great informations that you have shared.
Yeah, 8 billion devices are connected to the
Mhm.
internet and
Yes.
growing. No, in the near future, it's going to be 20 billion. Right now, you have your Fitbit, your smartwatches that you wear during your workouts, so you could check your oxygen level. Especially now during the pandemic, there is also an increase on the use of smart fitness watch, right? So we could monitor our heart rate, oxygen level, and so on, just so we have some sort of um, feeling of safety that, oh, I'm okay. My heart and my breathing is okay, right? So let me pose the first question, Aika, and it's very nice to see you again. Um, in terms of Internet of Things, of course, there's going to be some downside on it, especially on security and data privacy, right? Because you can connect it, and there are malicious users that would like to capture your digital data, personal data, especially health ones. What are the things that we should not connect? Right now, your health watches are connected, your TV, your AC, your dog food dispenser, and so on, right? So would there be an instance that one should have a second thought, and I'm not going to share this? What should not be connected in IoT?
Okay, thank you very
Miss
much.
Universe question.
That is actually a very good question, Miss Universe question indeed. Well, if you will ask me, almost all of our data are shared through the internet, right? You have your Facebook account, we have our LinkedIn profile if it's more about our work, and even our Google searches. It is
Right.
there, our history. It's in there. So rather than asking or answering what we should avoid not to share, it's about more on how can we continue to keep it secure. Okay? Because all of these things will be shared in the future. Even our information for the government, they are inside a database, they are in papers, even papers right now, and they're very susceptible to getting to be used into bad things, right? So what we can do is to ensure that people are responsible, disciplined enough, and they are familiar into the consequences of having this important information compromise. So if you're going to ask me the earlier advices that I gave regarding how to be responsible, that's a good first step. But the second next step would be to ensure that people on a higher scale or a higher level could also make the information of the people under them secure. So if we make sure that that the entire pyramid of our organization or our family is secure, there will be no holes to be entered by any of these malicious users.
That's good because the top security problems are without a doubt the related access and being exposed to different services. So furthermore, I think the IoT devices should implement the best practices, security measures such as maybe an encryptions for those who develop those devices.
That is
I agree.
correct.
I agree, Ma. I agree with that. Um, as much as we do IoT and our smart homes, I look forward to the smart cities that you discussed. So, what do you think are the possible immediate application of IoT on smart cities, especially in our country who's still on the developing stage?
Yes, thank you very much. And that is actually a good word when you mention about Philippines being in the development stage, because that is correct. I think there is some sort of level of maturity when it comes to incorporating technologies such as IoT. How can we make sure that the people are even ready into using IoT? Because if people are not that responsible individually, how can we make it upscale, right? But aside from that, in terms of the immediate actions that we could already incorporate to our daily lives, other people might say, oh, that we should use it for getting our information easily from the different household and using it, for example, right now during the pandemic, right? We need to get the information, the tracking. But I have another idea in mind because for the pandemic, it's what we're currently experiencing right now. But IoT is not just for the current situation, but it is for the future, our present. I think we should focus with our industries, the industries that we are really proud of, such as agriculture. If we incorporate IoT to that, like what I've shown you a while ago about the greenhouse, we would be able to further improve the experience of our farmers and thus affecting our economy. That is the first step. And once we're done with the agriculture industry, we could go expand to the other industries as well, even though they are secondary here in the Philippines.
Thank you, Aika. So maybe in addition to that, we can have an SCM on farm to table. And so that's going to be sustainable. And so we could address production versus the need when we have that farm to table system on IoT going on. Do we have question on the chat box, Mark?
I think we don't have any question on the chat box.
There might be.
There might be. And Aika actually explained it a lot. So that's why there's no more question asked.
I think there's one question that popped on my end, but unfortunately I can't read it from afar.
I can't really see. Let me just double check.
All right, thank you, Mark. It's indeed another research area that we can go into, no? IoT, Internet of Things, and of course, the human factor, readiness of the people, because Filipinos are too trusty. Like prior to pandemic, we're not used to using digital cash payment systems. And then we've evolved because of this Bitcoins and other cash payment opportunities being brought to us by the market players. And now you'd see that these payment schemes are available. And eventually, because of that, the Filipinos had a paradigm shift. Oh, it's safe, I can use it, and so on. And so it's going to take some time also. No, that's one of the positive, I think that's one of the positive impact of the pandemic. We got to involve technology in every household. You cannot go into meetings without doing Zoom or Teams and so on. So that's one. We get to be adaptive to the changes.
All right. So we have a question here from Roselle. So good morning from Oman. And thanks, Ms. Aika, for the very enriching talk about the IoT. We can all agree on the benefits we human can have with IoT. Now, my question is, in your assessment, what are the usual challenges in terms of infrastructure readiness for IoT implementation?
Okay, thank you very much for the question once again. It is really nice to know that a lot of people are interested with the topic IoT. Well, to answer your question, if it's infra, being a technology architect, there are a lot of things that we should consider actually. Because right now, how we are using IoT, it's in individual case in a very small scale. So the items that we have, our phones, the smart lights, our laptops, such as those. But if we put it in a bigger scale, like a country, we need to ensure a lot of things. For example, we need to incorporate 5G. Okay, we need to be able to have that, to have faster connection, to have a bigger bandwidth for us to move data and process data as fast as possible. And as I mentioned, like for example, for the health industry, it could be a matter of saving the lives of the people. So if we put it in a bigger scale, such as that, like for a public hospital, we need to ensure that the devices are not just secure, but we also need to ensure that we have enough space to take up to really
Right.
store all of these information. So right now, I won't be able to give out my full assessment without seeing in the plans of of course, the government or the private government private sectors. But what I could say is there is still a lot of things that we need to ensure to make it happen. But let's start with a very small stuff by making but by making the awareness, by increasing the awareness and educating even the children on how to use their devices mindfully.
Okay, that's good. And there's a follow-up question for that one, Ms. Aika. How is the level of readiness of the Philippines in terms of the infrastructure and user awareness?
As I mentioned, I cannot really give a full assessment right now. I am not that sure without seeing the papers. But if we're talking about the level of maturity from what we can see through the media, right off the bat, we can say that we're on the second level. The first level only asking what IoT is, and the second level knowing what IoT is, but incorporating it in our daily lives on a small scale. So the next step with that will be the level 3, where we are already incorporating it in a larger scale for the public sector. But right now we're on L2.
Great. And then there's another question here from Dr. Renelina Manyabo. What role does the Internet of Things play in industries like manufacturing and higher education?
Oh, I love that one. Okay. So for manufacturing, for example, we have a lot of factories that requires a lot of analytics. Some of them they take days, months, or even years to process them. So we can use IoT to make it a bit, not really a bit, but a lot faster than before, making the 1 year gathering of data into a few seconds. For example, manufacturing of medicine. Like right now, what we're currently experiencing, if we have IoT, we would be able to cater the needs of the medicine to ensure that it is in its best performance, in its best state. So when we give it to the people, they would be able to try it right away and ensure that it was able to undergo good inspection. In terms of higher education, I would like to share my paper was actually part of the ITCC conference in Singapore last August 2019 when I graduated. It is really a very nostalgic moment when the pandemic happened, because hey, we could use the idea, my thesis paper in here, and it is about the detection of student engagement in an online environment. So that is already one use case of IoT in higher education. Having these sensors to ensure that the people, the students, we have their full attention and engagement during online classes. Or maybe if it's about the physical education, right? We're not really doing it that much, right, students? How can we, or how can the PE teachers be ensured that the students can really understand it without, if they are not doing it? How about sensors like wearables? What my professor, Ms. Abisado said, like the wearables, like Fitbit, your smartwatch, and that will be sending information to the database, and the teacher would be able to see now, okay, these students, they are really doing the exercise. There are a lot of things that we could do with Internet of Things, and you might be able to hear it from my voice, but I'm really excited with it. So come on, ask me other industries, and I would be able to give you some ideas about it, or even offline. I mean, after this call, you may connect through my LinkedIn profile and Aika Basinilio, and I would be able to answer questions about other applications of IoT.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aika. So I think that wraps up the questions in our chat box.
Okay, we appreciate everybody's participation, and now we resume to our main program. Thank you so much, Aika, and we're so proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will be awarding the certificate later.
And now we are moving to one of the most exciting parts of the conference. We will award the best papers. Our best paper awardees will receive a certificate with the citation. This best paper award is presented to the awardee with paper title presented in the first International Conference in Information and Computing Research, held virtually in Manila, Philippines, with the theme Adapting to the New Normal, Advancing Computing Research for Post-Pandemic Society on December 11 and 12, 2021. Signed, Dr. Rachel Edita Rojas, ICOR 2021 General Chair, and Dr. Alvin Malikdem, ICOR 2021 Conference Chair.
For the Artificial Intelligence category, the first Best Paper Award goes to Gabriel Avelino San Pedro, National University, Manila; Daniel J. Agron; Jaemin Lee; Dong Seong Kim of Kumo National Institute of Technology, South Korea; and Ryan Gale Kim of Philippine Coding Camp for their paper, Fused Deposition Modeling 3D Printing Fault Diagnosis Using Temporal Convolutional Network. Congratulations. The second Best Paper Award goes to Ismael Francisco, Mary Bernadette Ferrolin, Christine Peña, and Rosana Ferrolin of the University of San Carlos for their paper titled Thysis, a preliminary thyroid wellness assessment through machine learning using pathological factors. Congratulations.
The third Best Paper Award goes to Gabriel Avelino San Pedro of National University, Made Ade Paramartha Putra, Jaemin Lee, and Dong Seong Kim of Kumo National Institute of Technology, South Korea, for their paper, 3D Printer State Prediction, a Deep Learning Model Approach. Congratulations! The second Best Paper Award goes to Princess Carmela Joy Bautista, Vergel Ascueta, Joshua Kilala, and Melinda Beninseg of University of the Cordilleras for their paper, Bus Stop, a real-time bus tracking Android application. Congratulations!
Our sponsors took their opportune time to review all submitted papers, and it was another stringent process to identify which research paper made it to the top of the list. And again, we appreciate our sponsors for the support and recognition of researches.
Our gratitude to Accenture and Trend Micro for the selection of best papers. For the Accenture's Best Paper awardee, let me read the citation. Accenture in the Philippines award this certificate of recognition to the authors and school with paper title for winning the best paper in the first International Conference in Information and Computing Research held virtually in Manila, Philippines, with the theme Adapting to the New Normal, Advancing Computing Research for a Post-Pandemic Society on December 11 and 12, 2021. Signed, Alex B. Gomez, HR Recruiting Manager, and Andrea Ranaica B. Basinilio, Application Development Team Lead.
The Accenture Best Paper awardee for the Artificial Intelligence category goes to Ismael Francisco, Mary Bernadette Ferrolin, Christine Peña, and Rosana Ferrolin of the University of San Carlos for their paper titled ThySys, a Preliminary Thyroid Wellness Assessment Through Machine Learning Using Pathological Factors. Congratulations!
The Accenture Best Paper awardee for the Emerging Technology and E-Services category goes to Rumel Urbano, Angelique Angeles, Carl Sachi Navida, Maria Niki Quintos, Ramon Rodriguez, Elcid Serrano of National University, Manila, with their research web-based application for the Post-Disaster Needs Assessment and Response, a case in National Capital Region. Congratulations!
The Accenture Best Paper awardee for the Emerging Technologies and E-Services category goes to Vergel Escueta, Princess Carmela Joy Bautista, Joshua Kilala, and Melinda Beninsig of the University of Cordilleras with their research paper titled Bus Tap, a real-time bus tracking Android application. Congratulations!
The Trend Micro Best Paper awardee for the Artificial Intelligence category goes to Jelly Arios of Ateneo de Naga University, Maria Regina Justina Estuar, Dorothy Mapua, Roland Abao, and Ana Angeline Catalunya of Ateneo de Manila University, with their paper Determining Linguistic Markers in Cognitive Distortion from COVID-19 Pandemic-Related Reddit Text. Congratulations!
The Trend Micro Best Paper awardee for the Emerging Technologies and E-Services category goes to Princess Carmela Joy Bautista, Vergel Escueta, Joshua Kilala, and Melinda Beninsig of the University of Cordilleras for their paper Bus Tap, a real-time bus tracking Android application. Congratulations!
Again, our congratulations to all our Best Paper awardees. May we request all awardees to open their cameras for our group photo. Okay, so may I request everyone again to kindly open their cameras for us to have our photo opportunity.
Congratulations again to all our awardees.
Yes. So we would like to inform everyone that after this event, there is a link that is being provided in our chat group. So kindly please take a short time to answer the certificates, I mean the attendance form that is being provided.
I think the awardees are surprised with their sponsors awards and best poster awards. So they're trying to turn on their camera after they do some refreshing.
Yes, so again, reminding our participants to kindly open their cameras for your photo opportunities. So let's all have a great pictures all together, even if it's virtual, right, Mide?
Right, Mark. You just have to hold your smiling face for about
Yes.
10 seconds, I
10
think.
seconds. Because we do have a multiple windows here. So we might not know if we are in the windows 2 or 3 or
Right.
whatsoever. So we just sustain our big smile, our winning smile actually.
Winning smile for everyone.
Yes, for everyone.
This is for the awardees only. And then later on, we'll have the photo opportunity with participants.
Okay, so I think they are still opening their cameras.
All right.
Okay.
So panel 1, smile. Okay. Now we move to the next panel, panel 2, smile. And then third panel, smile again. Okay. So we had 3 panels. Reminding everybody again to answer the after event survey posted in the meeting chat. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you so much. And also, I would like to remind our participants to continue connecting to the forum so that we can actually interact with other participants, or if we would like to have any comments or questions to our plenary speakers. Okay, thank you.
ICOR 2021's director and main producer takes the privilege of awarding the certificates for our plenary speakers. A certificate of recognition is proudly awarded to Dr. Lau B. Teng of Swinburne University of Technology, Malaysia, in her recognition and for sharing her expertise by serving as plenary speaker in the first International Conference in Information Research, ICOR 2021, held virtually in Manila, Philippines, with the theme Adapting to the New Normal, Advancing Computing Research for a Post-Pandemic Society on December 11 and 12, 2021. Signed, Rachel Edita Rojas, the ICOR 2021 General Chair, and Alvin Malikdem, the ICOR 2021 Conference Chair. A certificate of recognition is proudly awarded to Dr. Cardi Teknomo of Petra Christian University, Indonesia, in his recognition and for sharing his expertise by serving as plenary speaker in the first International Information and Computing Research ICOR 2021, held virtually in Manila, Philippines, with the theme Adapting to the New Normal, Advancing Computing Research for a Post-Pandemic Society, held on December 11, 12, 2021. Signed by Dr. Rachel Edita Rojas, the ICOR 2021 General Chair, and Dr. Alvin Malikdem, the ICOR 2021 Conference Chair. A certificate of recognition is proudly awarded to Dr. Erica Filigara of Asian Institute of Management, Philippines, in her recognition and for sharing her expertise by serving as plenary speaker in the first International Information and Computing Research ICOR 2021, held virtually in Manila, Philippines, with the theme Adapting to the New Normal, Advancing Computing Research for a Post-Pandemic Society on December 11 and 12, 2021. Signed by Dr. Rachel Edita Rojas, ICOR 2021's General Chair, and Dr. Alvin Malikdem, the ICOR 2021 Conference Chair. A certificate of recognition is proudly awarded to Aika Ranaika Basinilio of Accenture, Philippines, in her recognition and for sharing her expertise by serving as industry speaker in the first Information and Computing Research ICOR 2021, held virtually in Manila, Philippines, with the theme Adapting to the New Normal, Advancing Computing Research for a Post-Pandemic Society on December 11 and 12, 2021. Signed by Dr. Rachel Edita Rojas, the ICOR 2021 General Chair, and Dr. Alvin Malikdem, the ICOR 2021 Conference Chair.
Thank you for joining us today. Day 1 of ICOR 2021 is a brimful day for everyone. We listened to 3 top-notch plenary speakers, Dr. Theng, Dr. Tecnomo, and Dr. Laguera, discussing timely topics in computing and technology. Research posters in the area of artificial intelligence, emergent technologies and e-services, and database management systems were presented. A job well done for all the research posters presenters contributing to the body of knowledge. We were graced by our industry speaker, Ms. Basinilio of Accenture. Indeed, an insightful day for everyone. At this point, may we invite all to turn on your cameras and wear your best smiles as we take some photo opportunities.
Okay, so another photo opportunity to all the participants who are here with us today. So may we request everyone to kindly open their cameras and let's wear our big smile. Actually, giving your big smile is a form of greeting to other people.
Right.
Yes.
And so ready, panel 1. Okay, panel 2. Panel 3. Panel 4. Panel 5. Still smiling on our end. Panel 6. Panel 7. All right.
Okay, so thank you so much again to our dear participants, and another reminders again to please answer the post-evaluation.
So again, we resume with the main program.
Again, we would like to thank Accenture, Trend Micro Philippines, Microsoft, Globe Business, and the Philippine Computer Society. Our co-organizers, the University of the Cordilleras, Baguio City, Bicol University, Legazpi City, Pamantasan ng Cabuyao, Laguna, University of San Carlos, Cebu, Asia Pacific College, and NU Laguna for making this event possible. And that wraps up our day one for the first International Conference in Information and Computing Research 2021. Today's event is full of knowledge, right, Midet?
Yes, Mark. ICOR 2021 exceeds our expectations and fills our minds like a sponge. Surely, our participants are happy and looks forward to what's in store for day 2.
Exactly, and we're gonna see each other again. We hope to see you again tomorrow for the last day of ICOR 2021. Day 2 will be the second industry talk, parallel presentations, and awarding the best poster and best oral presenter.
This is Midet from National University Manila.
And this is Mark from Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University signing off.
Keep safe, everyone.